enemies for this special currency in exchange for gear, but also players from other factions were hanging around as well, and it had open PvP, so things got a little crazy and at times keyboard smashing, because if you died, they could actually steal the currency that you were farming for. How fun this was really depended on what end of the equation you found yourself on. 2015 brought us the Zone of Orsinium, as well as the Maelstrom Arena. This is really cool. It was a single-player challenge trial where you would fight through these increasingly difficult waves of enemies and challenging bosses for some really good loot, and I mean really good stuff. Very strong weapons in particular. These are things that are still viable to this day from content that came out in 2015. In 2016, we got the Thieves Guild, and this wasn't just a thematic NPC faction to speak with, but a new thief-related mechanics were added to the game. Unlocking the Thieves Guild skill line offered new tools for sneaking and thieving. You could pickpocket and steal items that you would sell to guild fences. There was a bounty system where if you broke the law, you would get a bounty, so you'd have to be careful about not attacking NPCs in town or to get caught stealing, or else you would get a bounty. There were also daily heist missions asking you to sneak into warehouses or homes to steal very specific items, and all throughout the overworld, thieves' troves were added, and if you found one, you would loot it for valuables. Also in 2016, we got the Dark Brotherhood update, letting us roleplay as mercenaries. This opened up a new repeatable quest line to take out specific targets for rewards, and the Dark Brotherhood skill line, which unlocked the Blade of Woe, which is basically an execute ability to quick...
I believe I'm going to post my... I'm going to stop here where it's safe, and I believe I'm going to post my contract now. So let's come to item hanger, and we will sort by group, and we'll see what we have here. Yep. To blueprints. Look at all those BPOs. That's fucking beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. And I will peruse I'll be very critical of this contract because I want it to sell. So we're going to take one last real look at it and see if there's anything else we need to add or take away. I've been very generous with this contract. I know that it's 15 billion, something like that, if I were to actually sell it. So I don't know. But I mean, it would take forever, and I can't post this many contracts all at once anyways. So, yep, in this new contract sale, I see a lot of duplicates of stuff that I don't want to lose. So I'm going to go here. Yep. And we'll throw in some other stuff that isn't so... No, I don't want that racing jacket going. Actually, no, I don't want to choose from up there either. I want to choose from down here, but like I do want to add some more special stuff. Celestius and Imicus and Women's, right? And we'll just throw a couple of these in the blueprints, right? So, okay. Oh, I have 793 items in here. How did it get so full suddenly? Oh, no, that's in blueprints. Oops. Oh, Cerro Black Troop is worth 41 million. Now, how did this end up in here? Cerro Black Troop, I want to keep that. Item hanger, new contract sale. Okay, so we see that there's 493 items in here. If I come back to items, I see that I do need to move some skins, like 7 skins from the bottom of the stack, like the very bottom of the stack. Anything looks intriguing down here that looks like it could be good. Like, now wait, have I used that? Yes, I have. So, oh no, there's no value on those, which is odd. We'll do these 7, however, because I don't care. Like I don't know. I definitely want to make sure that I have that I don't have these. Yep. So then we will throw this in the in the new contract sale. And I believe, yeah, that's 45 boosters. The total value of is 5.6. When we sort by group, we begin to see that there's a lot of potential here for a lot of stuff. There's a lot of really good skins. I'm looking for duplicates, like way too many duplicates of certain things. The boosters in there are kind of a waste, but I mean, they are just an example of, like, you know, they're like, oh my god, look at all these cool Augs and stuff, and then like look at all the Abyssals and everything. They're like, yeah, I think this contract is worth a lot. They can see the ISK value on some of it, but they can't see the ISK value on the other half of it. See it? Like the other half of it is totally theoretical value. And when they see it, they'll go gaga. I'm going to bite the bullet, and I'm going to wait 2 weeks, but I am going to post it today because I've waited long enough. This is right about when I wanted to do it. It's a little bit early, but I don't care. It'll end right around June 6th or June 7th when people are in earnest, like out of school and really playing a lot of EVE and spending money and stuff, and I will see if I can get this. I will see if I can get this. It's a lot. It's 500 items. I would like to create a contract, but I can't do that without moving them all. Is there any other things here? I want to activate license and see if it makes sure that I have everything here. I do. So here goes you. And it'll be annoying to post this, but I mean, it's fine. I'll get used to doing stuff like this. Yep. And so then, cool. Here we're gonna do this contract for 20 billion, and I'll do a buyout of 25. Yep. And so we go sweeping down all the way to here. You know, I think I'd like to sort by group so I can avoid the storage containers. Yeah. It just sweep the whole thing. Most of it anyways. Yep. Sweep the whole thing. Look at it, it's fucking beautiful. They're gonna go gaga for this, and they're gonna pay me out of my fucking. They're gonna pay me out. They're gonna pay me out of the ass. I'm gonna make so much more money than I spent. Like, keep in mind that I've only invested, I think it's like $30 now, and it's gonna roll forward more and more, and I'm just gonna keep working it. And each time it's gonna be more and more better stuff and higher amounts on the contract. There it is. So. Yeah, so I'll have to single all of those, which is kind of unfortunate, but that's okay. We can come all the way through to here and get 457 items without having to click 457 times. And I'll do the last 50, which is annoying, but I mean, it has to happen. And I can really screw up here, so I'm going to be super methodical about what I'm doing, or I'll lose all of it. It's so annoying. Please don't. I can feel that I'm going to mess up. I can feel it. Don't mess up. Just keep going. Almost there. Just keep going. Almost there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that extra copy doesn't go. And we go right click. And we say create contract, item exchange, auction, right? Auction, right? Yeah. And so next. And it's like, okay, you want all 500 of these items in this auction, huh? Yes, I do. I was very particular about what I wanted to do. Yep. Oh, you will not even let me do all of them? Is that it? Is what you're saying? Why aren't all of them selected? Oh, no, because I don't want them in there. Yeah. So, oh, but, no. I kind of screwed up. I kind of screwed up. I did screw up. I screwed up and I have to start over. Damn it. Well, so, let's go... oh, no, what I probably did is... I didn't combine stacks, but somewhere in here is my, let's sort by value, right? And there, see, there's 45 boosters there. I don't want to let those go. There, and that's why I had an extra one down at the bottom. Oh, good, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. So, gotta make sure it's the total amount. Gotta find that one missing thing. Yep, that guy. Yep. And then we come and we go create contract. Good. I want to do an auction next. All of it there. We're just going to kind of sweep down and make sure. Yep. And then all the other stuff is not selected. Very good. Very good. We go next. Starting bid is 20 billion. 20 billion, right? Buyout price, they can have it for 30. And here comes the moment, right? I don't want to talk a lot. I don't want to say anything. I'm gonna put it up for 2 weeks. I'm gonna say value unknown. It's a lot. Right? BPOs, abyssals. Oh, no, I don't need that. BP. Nope, I'm just going to say value unknown, right? BPOs, abyssals, skins. Augs. Boosters, right? Yep. 20 billion bid, 30 billion buyout, and somebody probably will bid 20 billion on it because it's a lot. When they see it, they're going to be like, "Oh my god." Yep. And I want them to take it. I want to wake up in 2 weeks and have somewhere between 20 and 30 billion isk, which is like a life stream of mine. I've always wanted to have that kind of money. And let's see if we can make a live stream happen, guys. Let's see if we can do it. Finish. Are you sure what to create this contract, right? The sales tax will be 132 million isk, which is like ouchies. But if it sells, yes, really do create this contract. Yes. Yeah. And let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I finally put her up. Yep. Oh, yeah. See my contract. On Friday night, I'll drop this in the chat when there's like 600 people on in the Alliance or in the Absolute Order chat. I'm gonna see if I can get one of my corp mates to bid, maybe. Okay, that concludes my Jita business. I believe I will go back to where my Mackinac is and get set up to do some ice mining. I will construct some more council. Oh no, I don't need to. There we go. I love council diplos. You know you be rich when you be rolling around in council diplos all the time. You know you be rich. Yep. Okay, so, I mean, I'm not that rich, but I will be when that contract fucking sells. And if it doesn't, I'll just sell it all piecemeal, right? One by one by one, I'll take all the money for it. And it'll be more than probably 15 billion, honestly. So, we'll see. You know, it'll take me a long time to sell it. I prefer to just do it piecemeal like that. Value unknown. BPOs, AUG, skins, everything. Abyssals. Value unknown. I love it. I love it. Value unknown. Value unknown. What a lovely phrase. Value unknown. I love that phrase. Value unknown. Such a tycoon phrase. It's like, value unknown. It's the kind of phrase my mother would like. Value unknown. You can see the CEOs like kind of like you know, creaming their panties for that. Value unknown, right? Yeah, we don't know what the value of this is. It's whatever the buyer will pay for it. That's what they like hearing. If you're just willing to take it off my hands, I need to eat. Yeah. Okay, let's just go out there and hit these things. I like my own Rust server. I love it. Nice, hey, a free bow. That's good for me. I didn't want to make one. Cool. Yeah, that's helpful. Large wooden sign. Ooh, a jackhammer! Yay! That's helpful. I'm glad I stopped. Oh yeah, that was so worth it. They have updated the drop rate on the jackhammer, it appears. Which I agree with, they should. The mining takes too long, kind of. Anything to make it faster. Well, I'm on my way to Outpost, so I can gamble. And that's where I'll build my permanent base, like pretty much as close to the goddamn gambling thing as possible. I hope, you know, it'd be nice if it was a combined bandit camp and outpost. But I mean, I'll be able to do all of it. It doesn't matter. I'll have to ride this boat for a while. And also, fuel's a factor. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Fuel's kind of a factor. I don't know what to do about fuel. I'll have to stop. Look how big this fucking map is. I did not spare myself the size on the map at all. I was like, give me a massive map to work with. You know? Why not? Lots of land, lots of things to do, lots of trees. Huge amounts of water and treasure and stuff. Lots of sunken treasures and all kinds of shit. There's a horse. I'm getting across the map slowly. I think the first thing that I should pretty much do is buy a crude boiler from Outpost, because I'll need the fuel pretty much right away. That's why I'm going there now, because I have a lot of crude and I want to use it. I could do that. I could have done that at Harbor. Did I get that item? I don't know. Yeah. So, cool. I am so happy that I got my own Rust server. I was like, I know that I can do my own server. I've done it before, you know? I've done it before. I was like, yep, why not just go do that? And I was like, yep, I'm going to make it easy enough. I went through the whole rigmarole, writing out the bat file and getting it all set up to like do it whenever I want to do it. And so now every time I fire up my computer, I'm going to fire up my Rust server. I was going to play it for years, I think. For years. I've always wanted to sink my teeth into this game, but the people, like, always were in the way. You're always constantly dealing with them instead of playing the game. You can go to dead servers, and I did, but I mean, like, even there, I did get a lot of harassment, a lot of raids, and a lot of bullshit. I wish they would just leave each other alone, let well and be, and just treat each other with honor, like real men, instead of straight bitch-made motherfuckers like that. Let's see. Yeah, probably right here. I didn't know you could do this. On the floor. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I don't mind it. It like binds with the floor. That's cool. I love this game. So. I want to see what the price of Rust is and just monitor, because I have a friend who I want to buy it for, my co-op partner. 40 bucks, okay. I want to see if it's cheaper ever, because I'll buy it for him. Oh, you know, I promised I would do something, and I'm going to do something here. I'm going to take a tab over. I'm going to load. Here we are.
Welcome back to...
And we will mini player you. And we'll watch it all the way through.
2016 brought the very big one Tamriel update, bringing major changes to the game. This completely overhauled the open world, removing level restrictions to zones and enemies, and making most everything scale to the player. This also removed alliance restrictions for grouping, so you and a friend, even if you pick different factions, you could still play together. With this world scaling, level differences between players also no longer mattered, making grouping easier. And this made all of the open world content relevant again, no matter your level, because the zones were no longer level tiered. Any place you went would still offer good experience and good rewards. One Tamriel also included the addition of player duels, and brand new ultimate abilities were added for every weapon
finally
skill
got
line.
duels?
Some of these very, very good and still used to this day. Come 2017, they added player housing with the Homestead update. Dozens
Oh, really?
of homes.
Oh, I did not know they did player housing.
With thousands of items to customize your space. There was a new crafting system.
Oh, wow. Now, that I did not know. Maybe I should go revisit ESO, huh? That might be a fun game to play, you know, in the meantime. Yeah.
System to go along with this, allowing you to build furniture. 2017's large update was Morrowind. This also kicked off what became a new yearly content update structure and schedule that has continued to this day. So this Morrowind update added Morrowind, letting us explore the island of Vardenfell and return to Vivec
Which I've
City.
done.
We
I
also
own
got
that and
our
I've done it.
first new class, the
On
Warden,
PS4.
with nature-based magic and a war bear combat pet. This has been one of my favorite classes ever since. It's still the one I like maining today. I like the nature magic theming. I like my war bear following me around, tackling enemies. I like casting frost spells, commanding insects, and hurling flying cliff racers at people's faces. I like coating the ground with sheets of ice and summoning ice spikes, invoking a bird spirit for large movement boost. The whole class, its theming, its playstyle, I find a real lot of fun. Also in Morrowind, they added battlegrounds, which are what you expect. It's a new way to PvP. These are small scale, 3 teams of 4 versus 4 versus 4, battling inside of instanced arenas, trying to compete to be number 1. Also, they added Clockwork City here in 2017. Moving on to 2018, the big update was Somerset, which brought us to the home of the High Elves. This added the Psijic Order skill line with abilities related to time manipulation, like Time Stop, letting you freeze time in a bubble, Meditate to focus and quickly regenerate health and resources, and Undo, an ultimate that rewinds time 4 seconds, returning you to that period in time's amount of health, resources, and moving you back into that position. We also got jewelry crafting to make rings and necklaces, and they added the Murkmire region, a swampy area of the Argonians' homeland. In 2019, we got Elsewhere, the Khajiit homeland. This update focused on dragons with a lot of dragon-themed locations and content. Dragons would be flying around the zone and sometimes would land, allowing you to kill them. This was basically the new public event for that region. And we got the new Necromancer class, which can raise the dead, curse its enemies, and do sort of other necromancy stuff. This is like the one class I'm least familiar with in ESO, but if you like necromancers, summoning minions, and cursing things, that will be the one to go with. The Greymoor chapter came out in 2020, bringing us to the homeland of the Nords. We could finally explore western Skyrim, as well as the subterranean depths of Blackreach. This actually takes place 1,000 years before the events of Skyrim, mind you, so it's a tad different than what you might remember from that game. We got the Antiquities system, a new treasure hunting mini game for some pretty good loot. Actually, some of the most unique items in the game are achieved through engaging with antiquities. You basically find clues to buried treasure by completing challenges, defeating difficult content, farming certain enemies. You take those clues, it shows you on a map where the treasure is, and then you actually go manually to excavate it yourself. We also got Harrow Storms. This was the new twist on public events, the supernatural vampire-themed storms. And then later in 2020, they added the region of Markarth, a new playable area, as well as a new solo arena to check out. 2021, we get the new zone of Blackwood with the Blackwood chapter, including the Imperial City of Leyawiin and the Bogs of Shadowfen. This also introduced the companion system. These are allies that you can just go out and do combat with. They'll follow you around, they'll help you out. If you're a healing class, you can get a DPS one, you can get a tank one, you can get a healing one to support you if you're a DPS or tank. It just gives you a basic constant AI companion to join you in your travels. They also added the new world event of Oblivion portals here. Then 2022 brought High Isle with the new zone being the High Isle of Ominos and the Island of Galen. Hey, we got a new collectible card mini game in the Tales of Tribute. That's right, a CCG within ESO. New world event styling was these volcanic vents. And then last year in 2023, we saw the Necrom update with the Telvanni Peninsula zone. This brought about the Bastion Mimics, a new type of world event, actually quite different than the ones that came before it. So this had you collecting a special material that drops from the Seekers, which are like elites that roam around the zone. And then once you have 5 of them, you open up a portal to the Bastion Mimic, and this has you fighting through encounters until you defeat a final boss, which has 3 different variations. Pretty interesting, repeatable content in these Bastion Mimics. It also introduced another new class, the Arcanist, that has access to these destructive, restorative, and defensive magics by channeling arcane energies, summoning ancient runes, and lost tomes of powers, which then brings us to where we are today, here in 2024, with this year's big update being the Gold Road. So the narrative focus here is that a new Daedric prince has arrived in Tamriel. We need to figure out what she's doing and why she's here. Hint, it's probably not for good reasons. It's a Daedric prince after all. So I've been playing through this update recently, checking it out early in the PTS. I've explored through the new zone, seen some of the new content, and done some of the new things there are to do. So here's what you can expect to see and do in Gold Road. So the new explorable zone is called Westweald. This is an Imperial region last seen in Oblivion, which is now threatened by the encroaching Vailey jungle and Daedric incursions. The zone is made up of a couple visually and thematically distinct sections. We'll investigate the wilds of Dawnwood, explore ancient Ayleid ruins, and the mountainous highlands. When you first arrive in the zone, you'll actually find yourself in the highlands just outside the city of Skingrad, and you'll be surrounded by these yellow, orange, and red tinted trees. Much of the zone, in fact, has this autumn look and feel to it, but not the entire thing, because to the west is a pocket which makes up maybe about 1/4 of this zone, though I wish it was a little bit bigger because this is my favorite section. It is a dense, thick woods with massive trees and overgrown plants. It actually reminds me a bit of Grotwood, which hands down is one of my most loved MMO zones ever. I love the deep, large trees, huge, overgrown, jungly, foresty area. It's just my favorite type of zone in MMOs, and I really like Grotwood. I really like this new section of this new zone as well. In this part of Westweald are goblins, large forest creatures like lurchers, wizards, and trolls, and the occasional Daedric threat, of course. While in the Highlands, you're going to come across, in this autumny region, bandits, ogres, all sorts of wildlife, and yes, more Daedra are there as well. No matter where you are, though, the zone is full of all of the usual suspects, all the content you expect. There are points of interest, castles, towns, ruins, and camps, all tied into either the main or side story missions. This includes an old keep overrun by Daedra you have to infiltrate and clear out, a tiny town deep in the forest with quarreling citizens who need your help, and ancient ruins infested with wood elves hiding a dangerous secret. There are, of course, new delves and public dungeons. The delves include the usual variety of caves, caverns, and other interesting bite-sized locations to explore, like a lumber camp, dilapidated castle, and mountainside fort. Then there's the public dungeons, which are a bit more expansive. One of them, called Silorn, are these old ruins that have been infested by a cult of necromancers. There's a side quest that asks you to enter this location and collect ethereal shards by completing memory puzzles scattered throughout. While inside, moving through its halls, you'll come across groups of necromancers and their minions, with skeletons, zombies, and geist, along with this pack of minotaurs. There's a handful of boss fights, some jumping puzzles, obstacles to avoid like wire traps, pendulums of death, and falling debris. The public dungeons, along with the delves, continue to be some of my favorite content in ESO. ESO. For as straightforward as they are in terms of content type, I just always have a good time clearing and farming them for gear. There are new world bosses, which in our experience have been quite difficult. This includes Fang and Talon, a pair of manticores who leap around, attacking with swipes, bites, and shooting lightning. They're accompanied by an elite goblin troop at the start of the fight and summon more throughout. At one point, they actually split up, where Fang continues to chase you around while Talon jumps into a corner and then starts shooting out projectiles of black smoke that spread across the arena, dealing a ton of damage. This attack is called Bad Breath, by the way. I know that because I died to it a couple of times. And there's the other world boss, Spinner Earthrender, a druid of sorts that's found standing inside of a tree grove, casting a ritual. Besides basic attacks, he also shoots a cone volley, summons various wildlife, and places thorns on the ground. There's a phase of the fight where he creates illusory mushrooms that fire projectiles and wasps that chase you around. You have to guide the wasp by luring them into the mushrooms to destroy them. And then in the final phase, all of this is happening at once. You get the boss attacking, wildlife ads chasing you around, mushrooms firing projectiles, and then a damaging ground effect that takes up over half the arena, moving counterclockwise. There's a new world event called Mirror More Incursions. Like other world events, this is a variation on the dolmens. So there are 4 possible event locations spread throughout the zone. You'll find one of these active at any given time. When you head over, what you're going to see is this giant shattered floating crystal above the event platform. Extending out from there are these beams of light reflecting and shooting shards in 3 different directions. Following one of those projectiles will lead you to this crystal shard formation with a boss surrounded by ads. First you have to clear the ads, and then the boss will leave its protective barrier. You kill the boss to collect a shard. Repeat this for the 2 remaining bosses to collect the additional shards, and then this starts the main event. Back at the platform, a crystalline creature named Rarvok is summoned in. He does a bunch of different area attacks along with summoning in ads. He will then periodically move to the center where he becomes invulnerable, casting a row of tornadoes that continuously moves around him, while also then summoning in one of the 3 bosses that you fought earlier. So you damage the boss, it then summons in the next boss, and then you do this 3 times. It makes the main boss vulnerable once again, and then he does this for a second round, but instead of summoning the other bosses one at a time, you actually have to fight all 3 of them simultaneously. Killing them will then move you into the final phase where you fight Rarvok, however you pronounce it, with a ton of area effects going on, bunches of stuff to dodge, targeted spells and abilities you have to leave, and then twice as many tornadoes spinning around the center. This is one of the more thorough iterations of these zone events, certainly far beyond the public events that we had for ESO when the game originally released. Just much more involved and has more elements to it. While doing all of this, you'll come across new item sets, both craftable and looted, as well as collectibles, including mounts, pets, and new skill styles, which are visually distinct versions of existing skills, which is a pretty cool addition as it lets you tweak and tailor the skills that exist already in the game to make them appear a little different visually, depending on whether or not you've unlocked the ability to do so. And then, yeah, of course, there's 2 new endgame dungeons. There's also a brand new endgame 12-player trial. And the big new additional content, though, is the scribing system. Here they say you'll delve into the heart of magic itself with scribing. This is a unique system that allows you to customize your playstyle in new and exciting ways. You'll collect special skills and then modify their effects and functionality to make them yours. With scribing, you have the freedom and power to play your way. The TLDR here is that basically scribing gives you access to abilities and types of mechanics that you might not have had prior. So say, for example, if you're playing a class that doesn't by default have a offensive or defensive power-up, you could get it through the scribing system. You could get access to a stun, you could get access to a heal, to direct damage, to crowd control abilities. In addition to all of the other skill lines that are already in the game, you've got your class skill lines, the weapon skill lines, the guild skill lines, the world skill lines, all of these different skill lines. This new edition of scribing just opens up more potential variety and access to new things, new tools in your toolbox that you might not have had otherwise, and it is looking really cool. I didn't quite get far enough to fully explore the scribing system, but on its face, it sounds like a great new addition to Elder Scrolls Online. And as always, I have gone back and done what I typically do when I revisit ESO or any of my favorite MMOs. I'll jump back in, play through the new content, check out the story, explore the zone. In ESO in particular, I like going through the delves and the public dungeons. That is just my favorite content. It's pretty simple and straightforward, right? They're just like little dungeons, but I really like how they're done in ESO, and I always love going through each and every one. I usually don't bother too much with the game's vertical progression because the game does a good job in ESO. You can be pretty set with just a regular set of purple overland gear for a lot of content other than the highest, most difficult stuff like trials. The game just has a nice, pretty flat horizontal progression that makes it easy for me to jump back in and mostly experience all the new stuff, I guess, barring the trial. Maybe I could do the trial as well if I found a group of people, but yeah, I like how they do it here because it does make it easy to return and not feel like I'm far behind or behind at all whatsoever. And then I'll make some progress on things like I'll maybe engage with the antiquity system to try to get some of those really rare items. With this update, I'm going to keep playing, you know, it's the PTS now, but once it goes live, I'm going to play on my main account and engage with scribing and try to unlock as many of those abilities as possible. I'll do some dungeons, I'll do some PvP, and then I'm usually pretty happy after a couple of weeks, and I'll just wait until the next update happens. I'll come back next year. That's what I usually do. I like what I've seen so far, and I'm looking forward to checking out more of it once it officially releases on June the 3rd. That does it for this video. Thanks as always for watching, and thanks again to Bethesda for sponsoring this. If you guys are interested, you want to check out ESO for the first time, or to come back and see the new update, check out my link in the description below. But that is going to do it for today's video. Thanks again as always. I'll see you guys next time. Take it easy.
Bye.
Hello guys and gals,
some more there, gamers.
I'm having a pretty good day today. Or at least I was until Google search decided to throw some bangers right at me. Now, I think in the last year or two, I think I can safely say that there's been a noticeable decline in Google search result quality. And I would say that it's not just Google search, it's probably most of the big search engines that are kind of out there. Nowadays, search engines pretty much come in all forms, shapes, and sizes, but Google is without a doubt one of the largest ones out there. In fact, I would say for the last entirety of my YouTube channel's existence, my homepage has always been google.com, okay? It's like the starting point for everyone in the world, and it's a reason why it's one of the largest websites imaginable. Now, Google is a company that's focused on online ads. That's very important for them. They make a lot of money through selling ads, but they're first and foremost like a search engine company. When people think of Google, they think of finding the next big website for them. So literally a few days ago, a week ago, Google started implementing things like Gemini AI into the search results. So somebody typing in anything like, explain how temperatures are breaking, Google will provide an AI overview of, like, you know, topics. And it might seem like Google's doing something cool, like trying to make your life better, but there's been people genuinely wondering if their livelihoods or their website traffic is going to die because Google just exists to yoink information off of websites and just throw them up on their engine. And it wouldn't be so bad if the actual AI was good. So for instance, one of the first few searches was somebody looking for, is Google killing independent websites?
Yes.
And according to the actual
No,
AI overview, it read a Reddit post where it said Google may be killing independent sites. So Google is basically looking through actual information found on other platforms simply because the way that Google search works is through spiders and crawlers. And so if your website is linking to other websites, Google is basically sending out spiders to gather information from various websites, amass them together, and allow you, the actual user, to search through all of that data for a relevant website. Okay, that's how search engines in general work. So anyways, the AI started to fail when people started to ask really interesting questions to it. So for instance, somebody was like, yo, how do I pass kidney stones quickly, okay? Now anybody that doesn't know, kidney stones are some real scary things. Basically, if you drink, I guess from what I heard, like dyed sodas, your chances of kidney stones basically, you know, forming in your body become a thing because apparently the calcium or like the dye starts to calcify and like turn hard. You're literally pissing rocks. And it is by far, from what I've heard, one of the most painful experiences imaginable, okay? Now, anybody searching this is already going through that pain. It's already started. So they want to get some good information, okay? You don't want to be pissing in pain, right? Okay? So what does Google's AI answer gives you? Well, let's read it through. Drinking plenty of fluids such as water, ginger ale, lemon lime soda, or fruit juice can help pass kidney stones more quickly. Oh, really? Well, better start chugging some water. But then again, Google also provides, you should aim to drink at least 2 quarts of urine every 24 hours. Your urine should be light in color. Now, to understand, Google pretty much tells you these AI answers, they're not meant to be perfect, okay? Because obviously new technology breaks a lot. But anytime an actual AI tells you to start drinking piss, do a little golden shower on yourself, probably should be, assessed a little bit carefully. But if you look inside over here, they're actually grabbing this information from like Mount Sinai, Comprehensive Urology, other websites, and thankfully they link that information. But again, for somebody who's like not reading the whole paragraph, they might look at this and eventually get to this point and think, oh shit, maybe I should start pissing in my mouth Joey Salad style. Okay, I wish I could show you that video, but a little too spicy for YouTube. Sometimes the AI doesn't really self-correct itself like you think, where one user actually showed that when they were looking up Mike the Headless Chicken, a male Wyandotte chicken lived for 18 months after losing its head. Hold on, I gotta look at this shit up.
Yeah,
hold on, Mike
that's
the
true.
I don't believe this. Headless chicken.
I believe it's true.
Dude, there's no shot. There's actually a
that's a
chicken
very
that lived
famous
with the head
chicken.
cut off,
Yeah, I've
surviving
heard of
because
this
most
story.
of the brainstem remained intact?
Yep.
That's crazy. Anyways, it said lived for 18 months from April 20th, 1945 to March 17th, 1947.
How did it
So
eat?
you see where it says 18 months? The AI didn't even self-correct itself and think, damn, that's actually 23 goddamn months. So yeah, it becomes a bit of an issue when you can't really trust the AI for giving you logical answers. And here's the thing, it would be kind of better if it did, because at the end of the day, the cost to all of this is Google's basically shitting out crappy results at the cost of somebody's actual web traffic. Okay, so it's not even giving you the right fucking answer. And then it's trying to like yoink the answer from some Jim Bob website who actually needs the traffic so they can run ads and pay for something down the road. So for people in the field of search engine optimization, after they saw this kind of shit come out, their entire livelihood was basically destroyed right there. At least that's what people think. And Google's been pushing this shit for a while. It's called SGE, which is Searching with Generative AI. And again, Google says that basically AI has been doing a lot of the work for them, a lot of shit under the hood for decades at this point, which is not shocking. Obviously, artificial intelligence or some form of filtering algorithms genuinely try to make the search experience better or more relevant to the actual person. This isn't shocking whatsoever. But again, with how popular artificial intelligence has become, a lot of these search engines, not just Google, Bing as well, a lot of these big popular groups like Microsoft, where their search engines are back-powered by a lot of AI these days, they're basically creating engines where the entire goal is to search for what you want, but never actually leave Google or Microsoft. You know, it's not like the old days of the internet where searching for Einstein and going to like page 4 was going to take you to shit like EinsteinGravity.com, where a website entirely existed to debunk Einstein's E=mc² formula. And of course, if you look at this page of schizophrenia, one that I would love to actually make a video on, because if you look at this bar right here, you know, the scroll wheel, this shit is longer than the Bible, okay? Somebody went full schizo talking about the most extraordinary, undeniable fact that Einstein has now been mathematically proven 100% completely false. Yo, this is insane, dude. They're going crazy. This is like the time cube, man. This is insane. But you see, the problem with search engines is like, even with the internet, it seems like a lot of what these search engines want is not for us to go to the fun side of the internet like these websites, but rather get all of our information from the actual engine itself. Like, for instance, if you look up how to clean blood, which probably might put you on a registry, I don't fucking know, you'll see that from the CNN article, they basically linked out the entirety of what, like, the meat and potatoes of this was and just gave it to you from Google itself. Now, if you're CNN, probably not the biggest deal in the world for you, but if you're a small mom and pop site, it can absolutely crush your entire business by having Google take away the heart of your content and just plaster it on their search engine. I guess an equivalent comparison could probably be like, imagine if you made like a 50-minute YouTube video, right? And you look for some specific factoid. Google will lift something from the transcript of your 55-minute video, put it on their search engine, maybe transcribe it, maybe send it out in a special manner, and then nobody has any reason to click on your video for that specific point. Now, some could consider this to be, I guess, kind of nice in the sense that, hey, I got access to my information more quicker, but for the YouTuber in question, it can be devastating because that costs them a potential view, somebody coming to their content and then watching the rest of their content down the road. It is genuinely a weird mess to, or something weird to kind of think about, right? And again, the AI sometimes isn't even perfect either. Google's Gemini has been having so many weird issues throughout just this year alone that back when they were doing AI like image generation, when you asked them, yo, can you generate me a 1943 German soldier? Now I don't have to explain to you what a 1940s German soldier was like, okay? All right, they looked like a specific kind of people. All right, okay, not Asians, not the black guy here. Okay, let's be real, ladies and gentlemen. Google's AI added, like, from what I understand, a diversity component where they were trying to make sure the AI was diverse enough, which would make sense if you asked it, hey, generate me an image of 2024 New York Times Square, not 1940s German soldiers. Okay, that's a bit of a difference. Okay, you can be diverse, you just can't be that insanely diverse to the point of complete fictionality. Now, Google's been telling people in some ways to start piss gangbanging themselves too. But one of the weird things about it as well is Google's advertisement systems also inside these weird AI overviews that they've been shipping out to people, apparently. So when somebody asks how to get wrinkles out of clothing, inside the AI overview, when you scroll down, you can see some of the actual pages, and of course, there's filled with these sponsored links. One thing I will tell you right now, never ever trust Google sponsored links. In fact, I have to block these at the network level because of the weird malware and spam that actually gets through these systems out there. The fact that Google's implementing shoddy AI alongside sponsored links is a recipe, in my opinion, for internet safety disasters. Remember, not a long time ago, and I keep bringing this example up, when it came to OBS, a site that was literally, phishing and actually getting people to download a false version of OBS, most likely to steal YouTube or Discord credentials, just so people's accounts can get hijacked, all through the entire Google ad system. And I'm not blaming Google's ad system, I'm just saying, at that time, that system was being abused by bad actors, which is why the actual, I guess you could say, the sponsored link that Google has gotten such a bad rap that, in my opinion, it's almost better and safer for me to personally block these from my mind. So the way that Google's kind of doing it is they've got AI overviews, and then they've got the ads, and then obviously whatever you actually want to search for is well below it. So the entire experience of searching for shit on Google is starting to become their AI, ads, and then maybe whatever you actually wanted. When in reality, in my opinion, it should be almost the inverse of that, right? Like, you should probably have what you want to access first, then AI nonsense, and then fucking advertisements right there. But obviously, I think my solution wouldn't make Google a whole lot of money. They absolutely want to be promoting ads before anything relevant, which I think is so weird for an engine, for an entire company that built itself around getting to the actual bottom of what you actually wanted to find on the internet. So look, there's a couple fixes to the situation, okay? You can not use Google, you can switch to other engines out there, and there's plenty of them that exist, okay? You could use Bing if you really wanted another AI to replace your current AI, or you could use things like the Brave search. You could use DuckDuckGo, which in my opinion isn't all that great, but you can use that. You can use Yahoo. If you're going back in time, you want to experience the internet of the olden age, I guess. But that's your first option of switching things up. Because if you really feel that Google is really screwing up the internet search experience, maybe it's time to consider switching. And, one of the things with Google is, in a lot of cases, they do basically pay a lot of money to become the actual search engine default, okay? There's this insane deal that they have with Apple where, when you buy an iPhone, your first search engine will be Google. And from what we've learned with actual litigation, most people use defaults anyways. But switching does not take too terribly long, and if you do want to get a better experience, it might be time that you switch off from Google searches right there and everywhere. But again, the other thing is, there's actually been a piece of code that was found where you can actually get rid of the shitty AI Google search right now. So this is udm14.com, which basically this little string, when added onto the end of a URL for Google, actually gets rid of the shitty search AI results that they've been providing. So the way that this shit kind of works is this line effectively gets rid of a lot of the experimental shit that Google has been implementing. And Google actually put this in because they realized that their AI stuff wasn't going to work that well. May 14, 2024, they released this little web link where, again, they kind of hid it into this very end, you had to go to this more section, go all the way down to web in order to actually make your results cleaner. And what that does is, let's say you type in, I don't know, Sonic the Hedgehog, right? So you go to Google, you type in Sonic the Hedgehog, right? Boom, boom, boom. You have to go to more, and you have to go to this web just to actually clean up the result and give you exactly what you want. It's like using an older, more efficient version of Google. versus the whole slew of extra shit they've thrown on right there and now. And look, maybe Google needs the AI and the ads because literally as of like a couple days ago, they were writing mystery checks to the United States Department of Justice to sidestep jury trials, which if it ever like tells you how corrupt the system is, this is pretty much what we come down to, okay? Like literally big tech straight up writes checks to the government so they can avoid any form of accountability for their actions. Wild shit indeed. Thankfully, the Justice Department, which has not said if it will accept the payment, declined to comment on the filing. Google asserted that its check, which it said covered its alleged overcharges for online ads, allows it to sidestep a jury trial whether or not the government takes it. God damn. This basically just amounts to Google not wanting actual human beings in a jury to look at what could amount to a serious antitrust issue, but it's a totally separate point of the video and not worth really going into because, honestly, it is wild. I think it's insane that a search engine now requires you to go through like 3 or 4 extra steps to get rid of a whole bunch of extra experimental shit that we never really asked for in the first place, just to make it somewhat usable. Look, I think Google is inadvertently harming its own actual search engine, and there's no doubt about it. I think many people who are like laughing at all their AI shit these days are laughing at it with a little bit of pain inside their heart, because at the end of the day, Google started off as a company which really prided itself on doing no evil, all right, or trying to fight evil in a sense too. And for the longest time, I would say Google has been one of the most like neutral, proper tech companies in regards to giving us a search engine and letting us browse the internet and connecting cool stuff together.
Yeah, they've
but
been
nowadays,
fine.
whether it be artificial intelligence or the entire state of some of these organizations, it seems like the aspect of using the internet is not as interesting as it once was. Or really, it's just completely shitted up by these AI overviews and these AI systems that are designed to keep us strictly on one site and never let us branch out to the interesting parts of the internet. And whether this actually really harms smaller websites, I think that's some scientific experimentation that's yet to really be like proven. But I don't really see this as good for the average website out there. I don't really see this good for mom and pop sites that rely on actual clicks, but instead now their information is just being yoinked so an AI can butcher it up and send it off to people. And it ruins the experience for not just, I think, Google, but also the website owners and also the people that just want to actually get information on the internet anyways. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what have I learned today? Drinking piss does not help fighting kidney stones, okay? And you don't have to listen to an AI to know that. That should have just been common sense. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Good. Fishing rod is helpful because I can always get fuel with it. I think, well, yeah, like if I have cloth, I can always get fuel with it. I don't know if I have cloth, but I think I have some cloth, yeah. Yeah, I got about 120 cloth, yeah, so I can always get fuel if I need it by fishing, which is sweet. Making my slow-ass way to outposts with no particular rush and no particular worries in the world, and I fucking love it. It feels so good. It's like the liberation of my stream. If I'm going to be able to get a tugboat in there to Outpost, though. Because Lighthouse blocks it. Son of a bitch. I mean, maybe. Maybe. I kind of doubt it, though. I love the map. I've always thought the map, it was the best map ever made. This is the best game map by far. It's the most utility, best done, beautifully. It's weird how there's two fishing villages right next to each other. Oh, shit, I was supposed to turn in for something. What is, oh yeah, a kayak, but I don't really care about that very much, so that's fine. Oh no, did I run out of fuel? I did. Well, at least I'm right at the land and I can recover. I mean, I'm at pretty much, I think, as close as I can really get to the outpost, honestly. It's not actually that bad of a spot. I don't think. Are we grounded here? Yeah, we're grounded here. There's Lighthouse and Sat Dish, which is not a bad monument. A lot of mill crates right out in the open. I guess I'll build an outside base by outpost, like right as close to the gambling hut as possible, where I can just store loot and scrap there where I won't lose it. So we'll build a nice outside gambling base with an open, open roof so I can see the sun. I suppose that'll require some materials, but not much. I don't know if it's gonna maybe it's a setting that I did, because that doesn't fix it, but maybe it's a setting that I did. Yeah, the one change that I made. Let's see if I can fix it. Maybe I finally narrowed down what was causing the problem. Maybe we'll see. Yep. Okay, so no, this did not fix it at all. At all. Alright, well, let's go back to this and change this to fast. Reduce it so I can apply. I want to make some other changes while I'm here. So now, how does it feel? Is it like okay? It's like 63. Seems better now, though. I don't know. My frames are dropping now a little bit. I wonder if I have memory leaked. Oh, it looks worse now than it did. It sucks. What? Oh. Okay. Oopsies. Yeah, there's that. I'm so used to hardcore, I just walked right up to Outpost. It's been so long. Oh, now it's playing better. I don't know. It doesn't look good on the stream, but what the fuck can I do about that? I don't think I can. My frames are better though, definitely. I think high is too much. I'm gonna drop it to medium again. I wonder what low looks like. Does it drop a bunch of settings? No. There's a horse. But yeah, it didn't do anything for frames, really. So we'll keep it on medium, since we're multi-clienting. I think the client has leaked, and I need to go into Outpost and relog. I looked for the red circle. It wasn't there. Oh my god. I hate the guards. They're so annoying. I have to do this whole walk over again. Yeah, I'm dead now. I suppose I could spawn here, but it's probably very unlikely. But I don't know. Let's just take the spawn because what else is it? What else am I doing? Where am I? Yeah. There's a boat at the river. I learned something at least. There's a boat at this river. Not that it matters. Yeah, we'll just suicide now. That's all. I am afraid I must take a break to go to the restroom, unfortunately. I will be back. I show speed went to Korea. Okay, let's watch the Oompaville next, but I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back, guys. Terribly sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, we'll watch the Oompaville.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today we're talking about Kick Streamer.
Thank you, Oompaville, for the excellent content from my stream. I would like to sub to your channel. Thank you. Some more new gamers.
I'm having a pretty good day today, or at least I was until Google search decided.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today we're talking about Kick Streamers. No, God, no. We're not actually talking about Kick Streamers. We're talking about a YouTube streamer? Speed. I show speed. There's bugs in here.
No, man, my name's KSI. How about KSI? Holy, come on, mate. What are you on about?
I'm in a garage, technically, so there's animals. There's living creatures everywhere. I saw a mouse earlier. It climbed up my leg. We've talked about a lot of streamers lately. Vitaly, Jack Doherty, Johnny Somali, Neon. The whole kit, the whole caboodle. Kick is a platform that thrives on controversy. It is a platform that knows that it's hated, and the creators on the platform also know that they are hated.
Oh, it's a schizo rant. It must be untrue. It must be untrue because, oh my God, it sounds like train or what? I can't believe this.
We talked about all of them, okay, guys? A whole shit ton. Every time I see this kind of shit, I'm like, okay, well, there's a free video right there. There's an interesting free bucket of slop for us to all enjoy for a little bit. To take our minds off the fact that the 5th division of the PLA has more assets than the entire DoD. That's not good. That's scary.
What?
A lot scarier than Jack Doherty. And generally, we talk about ones that are just massive pieces of shit. So what does Johnny Salami do after all this? Harass more locals and pretend that he's converting to the two popular religions in the area, Judaism and Islam, all right? Some really bad, some not so bad. The same way I want to eat a delicious sandwich, I want to bully him. Okay, does that make sense?
Why are you making that face? A place where there's no water, hey? Why are you making that face? You good?
I'm good.
I'm good. Alright, bro. Like,
Hey, my SpongeBob shirt.
Some who really cares about, right? The goal is just to talk about degenerates. That's like what I do. It's kind of like the thing.
He just came out and throttled her for no reason. He just came out and just whacked her in the face. Okay, this guy has got this website, Vitaly Uncensored.
And it seems that with all my attention on kick streamers, I've neglected YouTube's greatest degenerate streamer. All right, in no way is Speed on the same level as all these guys, but he's done some interesting stuff.
Calling me out.
What?
Hey! What the fuck? You had a crash? You crash?
For example, lighting fireworks in his house. That can't be good or smart or good or smart or good or anything really.
What a girl.
Another
I am sorry for that.
example, scamming people with the cryptocurrency.
Paradox, it's crypto today.
Also not that good. Really not that good of a thing. To be honest.
In what started as a live stream to meet Cristiano Ronaldo and give away PS5s, quickly turned into a nightmare after fans realized the meetup was fake and was being used to promote a scam. Literally, they used a fake Cristiano Ronaldo who couldn't play soccer wearing a crypto coin t-shirt.
But he's funny though, and he's really awesome. Speed has found himself streaming in South Korea in public, and we've seen before when streamers or just YouTubers in general go to Asian countries.
How it is in Japan, they're all about the respect. We're gonna be respectful. Look, they just got loaves of bread. I'll take the whole thing. What's the issue?
This one, it's just for a display.
Oh, so we're gonna be respectful. The Game Boy Color. How much? 9,500.
What?
Countries that put a pretty heavy emphasis on respecting one another.
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I don't expect to be forgiven. I'm simply here to apologize.
Especially when you're an outsider coming into the country, you're expected to respect stuff and, you know, not just blatantly disrespect people. I'm excited to see how Speed has had how has he spent his time in South Korea?
Oh, it's fish! It's good fish.
Needless to say, the reason I'm making this video is because I've seen some fairly mixed reactions online of Speed in Korea. Some people think it's really funny. He has a lot of Korean fans, like a whole lot, and they just call him the N-word. That's crazy.
No. He just called See, I knew name. No, I didn't say that. Yes, he did.
Maybe they deserve it. I don't want to say that he deserves it because I'd get canceled. I'm just kidding. Nobody deserves any of this. Before we begin, I'd like to let you know that I did some research on Korea's culture of respect to kind of understand what's going on here, because I'm not Korean and I'm not the type of person to get offended on behalf of someone else. People mix up me talking about degenerates on my channel with me being offended by them and wanting to cancel them or remove them. No, I just like making money off of stuff that I can kind of make fun of freely and people won't be upset with me. That's what I do. None of this affects me in any way, and I have
That's
a
what
real
I do.
life. Just an important note, just in case you forgot for a little while. The main formal religions of Korea are Confucianism, Buddhism, and Christianity, believe it or not. By the way, I've never seen an Asian funeral. I've never seen an Asian person die. I don't know what that is or why I brought it up in this video. I just want to, you know, let that air out for all of you to understand. Britannica talks about South Korea and its culture and customs, and this includes Confucianism. The once dominant Confucian culture, with its emphasis on respect for ancestors, age, and seniority, continues to influence Korean family, work, and social life. Albeit to a lesser degree in the past. In addition to other factors, such as economic status and position in a business hierarchy, age and marital status are among the determinants of relative seniority, and there is some expectation that even between sexual acquaintances, these factors, especially age, will influence relations. I'm ageist. I think old people are stupid. And also, anyone younger than me, I also think is stupid. So I guess I'm not a Confucianist. But you can kind of see, though, that there is a culture of respect. That's kind of the idea we're trying to paint here. And when you mix in YouTubers and like the culture of disrespect that is all of social media entertainment, generally speaking, it can't be that good. It can't be that good. You get people like Johnny Somali getting their asses whooped and getting arrested and choke slammed and punched in the face.
Just won't. All you have to say
Don't grab nothing.
Very well deserved, by the way, I think, at least. I love the downfall of Johnny Somali.
Oh, you a bad. I swear to God. You a bad. I take you to dinner. I swear to God. I'll change your life. I'll change your life, baby. Baby, I'll change your life. I promise you.
It seems like the Confucian ideals are the ideals that are most heavily built out of respect, or specifically in Confucianism, appropriate conduct. This means behaving properly is a fundamental part of the culture of South Korea. Or that's what I can surmise from 15 minutes of Googling stuff. And I just imagine, you know? That's just what I imagine. And a lot of the respect is geared toward those people of seniority, filial piety. Ever heard of it? And Confucianism, the important virtue and primary duty of respect, obedience, and care for one's parents or elderly family members. I think I might be Korean. I love my parents and grandparents. I'm just kidding. I don't actually think I'm Korean. I just have great respect for my elders. Is that weird? Is that weird? So, Speed goes to Korea and he documents his experience in Korea with people, their customs. It's been a bit of a mixed bag. Like I said, he has a ton of fucking fans, people constantly approaching him.
Yo, chat, tomorrow on stream, I'm going to North Korea, chat. So join that.
He also is joking about going to North Korea immediately, which is fucking awesome. And I really hope he does do that. He didn't do that, but by God, that would be funny. How about this tragedy that I'm about to segue into? Please don't go to Korea. Please don't go to Korea. Speed. Please don't go to Korea. You please don't go to Korea. You'll be killed. And this whole thing won't be nearly as funny. May God rest Otto's soul. That guy got imprisoned for subversion and then was sent home brain damaged and in a vegetative state and died from his injuries he sustained while in Korean custody. Of course, they just said, well, he was like this, but they lied. They lied. North Korea is bad. Just in case you guys weren't aware. Now, it's really extremely important to set the stage for who Speed is. He is a unsavory guy. His whole shtick is outbursts.
Good game.
And controversies.
God damn! You don't know how to play the fucking game.
What? What? Is a bitch talking to me? Is a female talking to me? Am I? No. Am I tripping? Oh, wait, time out. Is a female talking to me right now? Is a female talking to me? Get off the fucking game and do your husband this. Shut up. What's wrong with y'all? Stop talking to me like that.
That's like what he's known for on the internet, and he's not horrible.
Bernardo! Right foot creeping, walking with the hater. Portugal, yeah. He like that, Portugal.
Sure, he said horrible things over voice chat. Who hasn't? Sure, he scammed his audience with crypto coins. Who hasn't?
I made a little mistake, you know, that I wish I never did, but I'm not a scammer, bro.
Now, what exactly you make of this is up to you. I think he's pretty young, like 17 years old. I think hopefully he's going to learn from this and is going to learn that you don't have to sell out your audience for money.
But if you're familiar with Speed's content, you realize that he is not a thoughtful guy. He's not thoughtful of others. He's not kind. He's not considerate. That's not his he's not Mr. Beast, all right? He's Mr. Speed. He thrives off of controversy and hate and galvanization of people. On top of just Speed's general vibe, he also has shown a few times, time and time again, that he has very little regard for those around him when he's IRL streaming.
What? What I do? What I do? What I do? What I do?
And this is a long time ago, obviously, so it's just important full context for the situation now. Speed's a good guy. All right, Speed's a good guy. But let's not forget about the time that he got into a spat with a Chinese guy because he kept saying Japanese shit to him.
Konnichiwa? Konnichiwa? No, Chinese. Konnichiwa? Argentina. Chinese. No konnichiwa. Point.
Chinese, no konnichiwa. Nisha, chongorema, bo huishua, putonghua ma, idiar chonghua. I don't fucking remember, dude. I think this context is good because he's screaming Japanese at a Chinese guy and now he's in Korea. So I feel like, yeah, it's probably not a good idea. He frequently does this type of shit too when he hangs out with Asian people.
Man United, baby. Where you from?
Thailand.
Konnichiwa, my boy.
Yeah, okay.
There are quite literally dozens of I Show Speed being racist video compilations on YouTube, which is, I've got to say, if you still have a platform and that platform is YouTube and there are racist compilations of you being racist, you've made it, bro. You have beaten it. Holy fuck, that is insane. How can you do that? How can you imagine if there was being racist compilations? I wouldn't get away with that shit. Are you kidding me? Look at me. Surprised there isn't already. But yeah, Speed, another main character guy, another IRL streamer. IRL streamers, generally pieces of shit. I think we can kind of get around that. But it's like, you can be a piece of shit and also be cool. I mean, Jim Carrey pretended to be Andy Kaufman for like a fucking year filming a movie and was a massive piece of shit. And I think he's awesome still. Like, it's not everything is so black and white. I guess what I'm trying to say is being a piece of shit doesn't really mean you're a bad guy.
Yes, it does.
So, Speed goes to Korea. Here's the first Korean interaction he has. Check this out.
Huh? Okay, let's go. Turn me outside Korea, chat.
That's pretty hilarious. I mean, he could have quite literally just asked those people that he met and talked to what he should do first, but instead he goes and asks chat. There are locals right there. Hey guys, hey chat, what should I go do? People chat, hello. He then gets confused when talking to a group of Japanese ladies who are visiting Korea.
Wait, arigato. Arigato. But we in Korea.
I just can't like condone IRL streaming. It just sucks, dude. I would never be able to do this, just walking around in front of all these poor people who are just living their days. Man, it's confusing seeing someone in Korea who's not speaking Korean. At least he can finally say konnichiwa, which is awesome. That's great. Further on, there is a very in this weird ass fucking gift shop, this demon land, where this Korean gal recognized him and said, "Hey, are you Speed?" And he does this.
No, man, it's KSI. How about KSI? Holy, come on, mate. What are you on about? Fuck it up.
That shit is so funny to me, because God, like, it's the worst British accent ever. He's a funny fucker. This guy's funny as I swear to God. Yeah, so that bit combined with him confusing ethnicities as a bit for his entire career, it's awesome. And then he goes to the foot shop. And the language barrier becomes very clear, and shit gets wild.
And can I have request a woman to hold my feet? Ma'am? Yo, can you help me out, Brody?
Basically, he goes in this foot shop and tries to get a woman to give him a foot massage. specifically, and he's going to pay for 60 minutes but only use 5. So he's giving them free money. His translator comes in and explains that he can't film in there.
So you can't shoot in here. Like,
I can't shoot?
Yeah, you can't pay and then just use 5 minutes.
Why? It's for documentary for South Korea preservations for the government law.
And then he just starts gaslighting them that he has permission from the government, South Korean law, man. This is really strange, really strange. I feel like you shouldn't do that, probably. These are just people working their jobs, man. Rubbing feet for a living, and you're just like, yeah, I've got permission, I'm awesome, I'm God. Move out of my way, I'm God. That's me splitting the Red Sea. And Frankie barking in the background. Shut up, you stupid Immediately after leaving the business, someone in chat calls this man my favorite IRL streamer of all time, Johnny Somali.
Johnny Somali, come to the Philippines soon, bro. The Philippines? How far is the Philippines from here?
I like how he just reads it. I guess he doesn't know who Johnny Somali is, and I'm not sure who's... They're just equating it because he's just, like, being rude to people? Johnny Somali is substantially worse. Like, there's not even... there is a comparison to draw, but, like, he's way worse. So, yeah, Speed doesn't perfectly embody the Johnny Somali type character, but what he does embody is the powerful Korean Ajuma, married middle-aged women often called auntie. You'll find them everywhere in Korea, hustling around, chatting, making themselves known. Ajumas seem to enjoy breaking the rules, pushing their way into public transport, talking loudly in public, and dressing in vibrant, eye-catching outfits. They don't conform to traditional societal norms. Speed is a total Ajuma. That's awesome. They got a word for it already. I mean, and he literally does all this shit. He pushes his way on public transport.
Can we get a ride to the park with y'all? Can we get a ride to the park with y'all? Chat, bro, like, why are they laughing at me?
The park is right there. He's loud as shit in public, too, which is awesome.
Oh, shit.
He'll be all right. He'll be all right. I just can't imagine being like that. I think that's why this is so entertaining to me. I wanted to make a video about it. It's just because I just can't relate to it in any way at all. He loves making his presence known to all around him.
It's too easy. Yeah, it's too easy, bro. It's too easy, ain't it? All right, bro. Okay. It's too easy, ain't it? It's too easy, ain't it?
It's too easy, auntie. He also dresses in vibrant, eye-catching colors. I think he literally is a Korean auntie. Speed is just being kind of loosely disrespectful a little bit here, and it's forgivable, it's cool, it's nice, right? Like, it's not that big of a... It's funny. It's funny. Some of it's just funny. Where he really goes off the rails is when he visits a South Korean KFC, and he's disturbing everyone already because he's chanting KFC, and there's a middle-aged guy who's going into KFC as well, and he's the only person around, and he shushes him and is like, hey man, calm down, we're just going to KFC, it's not a big deal.
KFC! Shit.
Okay, calm down, okay? Calm down.
That guy's like, he does not give a that guy walking up the steps. That guy's my idol. I do love KFC. I haven't eaten at KFC in years, and I bet Korean KFC is so good. We have Golden Chick here, and it's fucking ass. It's ass.
Yeah, I haven't eaten KFC since Colorado, probably 2017, something like that. I think I had like a chicken bowl. It was like the mashed potatoes with breaded chickens mixed in it. It was pretty good, but it was like I haven't eaten like a real KFC meal in a long time. I wonder if it's good still. I remember it being kind of crappy, low quality food, but if you made sure to stay away from the dark meat, it was okay. Okay, what else? Oh, there's a chicken. I guess I could go gambling. I'm kind of low. On my own server, I don't think the game is messed with by anybody. So I could actually maybe win the blackjack for once.
Chicken Express, also ass. Chicken eat ass, dude. KFC's elite, and churches.
KFC! It's KFC in South Korea! KFC in South Korea! KFC!
Very good content. So yeah, KFC exists in South Korea. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool fun fact. Stream snipers eventually follow Speed
this.
into the KFC and disrupt things for everyone in there, which is awesome. People just...
I'm hungry and all this talk about food, it's annoying because the last time I ate was like 9 p.m. last night or something. It's almost been 24 hours or something. I should eat. Nice. I love this. I have my own Rust server and I don't ever have to fuck with anybody ever again. It's fucking amazing. Who cares what I do? I love it.
trying to eat their meals in a nice public place, and everyone freaks out and stuff, and they love Speed.
You going to match? Y'all going to a match? Yeah. You want me to come? Yeah. Come on.
A crowd quickly forms inside the KFC. Poor people that were just eating chicken. Crazy how many people are in this KFC. I mean, there's like 20 people immediately, right off the bat. But guess what? It gets way worse. He develops a f***ing entire concert crowd at some point out, and they swarm people. They swarming him out there in Korea. Speed loves the attention as well, it seems like. At least he tolerates it until one of the stream snipers calls him I show meat.
Chicken, man. What? I show meat.
What'd you say?
You say I show meat, right?
What? That guy's referring to the clip in which I Show Speed is screaming to his audience, mostly children, and swings he does that same movement, and then his flies out. And look, this guy here, this is the guy that walked in with him. He's upset now. He says, calm down. He's like, dude, I'm trying to eat my chicken, bro. Get the f out of here. I mentioned Logan Paul already, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that Logan Paul was substantially more disrespectful to Japan than Speed comes anywhere close to in this video.
I just gotta be careful to not like disrespect the culture. Japan is all about the respect. The dumb Americans have arrived. Look good. Oh, don't worry about me, I'm just a vlogger. Gotta be careful to not like disrespect the culture. Tokyo is a real life cartoon. It's gonna eat the GoPro. What did he do? No.
It's just content creators can't go somewhere and be entertaining without just disrespecting anybody. It's impossible, dude.
Pants coming down. I just gotta be careful to not like disrespect the culture. Mavericks, people who are doing it differently. People who walk on the street instead of driving in cars. Hi, how are you? Okay, the road to Japan. Hello. Hi. Hey.
Oh, they changed it a little bit.
How
That's
many
cool.
subscribers? Are you
See, I can actually win. Thank God.
Hello. Oh, hi. How you feel?
5 cards.
I'm gonna be respectful.
It's wild shit. Let me know down below, though. Do you think Logan Paul was worse? I think he's way worse, especially with the whole, you know,
how did you not
dead body
bust?
thing.
I should have never posted the video. I should have put the cameras down and stopped recording what we were going through.
Then Speed goes and meets up with all-female K-pop group Kiss of Life, my favorite music group in the entire world. He does some dancing with them, pretty based in Red Pill. He does some flips, and then his underwear comes out. Oh my God, that's really impressive. I mean, at least he didn't show meat again. Imagine. He starts doing flips and his just flies out. Man, that'd be funny. I guess showing underwear is not that common in Korea. All I can think of whenever I think of saggy pants and underwear is fucking Justin Bieber. And those he just looks so stupid. Bieber underwear. Pants. God, he just looks like such an idiot, man. Like this. Oh, those pants. Oh my God, and the haircut. Oh my God. Him streaming with Kiss of Live, I really think that's pretty cool. I think it's pretty funny. Definitely a clash of internet culture and just like, I don't know. It's entertaining, right? It's funny shit. Kind of reminds me of a Conan remote or something along those lines.
If I was going to connect with the Korean people, I would need to learn their language. This is Kim Shield. Am I saying your name correctly?
But just like different. A lot different. Like the opposite. The antithesis of a Conan remote. It's a Speed controller. And maybe I just like it because these people are voluntarily in the stream and it's not disrupting the public and, you know, he's not being a nuisance. Maybe that's why I like it more so. Speed also went on a date while in South Korea, which was genuinely really funny and awesome. I think she tried to do the noodle thing and I think he missed it. And she walked for 3 hours, dude. She walked for 3 hours and Yeah, it's pretty embarrassing.
You don't like curse anything?
I mean, I do, but I'm just more careful.
It's kind of awkward. She seems like a nice lady, but it's really weird and kind of awkward. The whole video is very strange. One thing I also noticed is he doesn't make eye contact with this lady at like a single time, which is pretty funny. I feel like he's
got a girlfriend.
Zero fear socially, but just doesn't make eye contact, which is weird. It's a bizarre thing.
Autism.
Seems like she intimidates him heavily. It's so awkward. The whole thing is so weird and so awkward. But man, she really seemed like she liked him a lot. He missed out on getting a damn wife in this video. Was everybody booing him? Bro had a wild f***ing time. Holy shit. Oh, and then he gets bit by a dog. Now, Speed, we know, blatantly disregards part of his bit, people's personal space. He barks at them in their face, and he, you know, the people we assume that watch and enjoy his content, even Koreans that are watching and enjoying his content are going to behave the same. We had the I Show Meat guy. That's kind of rude, but funny. When leaving the building, there's like 100 f***ing children. A massive, just all trying to get a picture of him like he's a zoo animal, which is awesome. Wow, what a great time. EvE the Beatles, but instead of the Beatles, it's Speed, and it's in Korea. I fucking love the guy just with his arm in the car, just desperate for a photo. God, I love that dude. What the fuck is wrong with people? I don't even know who the fuck is even holding the phone. I don't even know who that is.
He just gave me all this money. What the?
Whose arm is that? Is it his arm? I think it's him. I don't even know whose fucking arm
that guy just gave him all his
crazy
money.
Shit right there, man. Then the crowd starts following the car, filling up the street. Man, that sucks for anybody else in the community. So many children trying to take his photograph and just touch him, dude.
Wow.
Very odd. Yes, that's I Show Meat, by the way. And I'm not even sure if I can even properly emphasize how many children follow this man around in this stream looking for photos. It's like a fucking riot is about to break out. It's unbelievable.
My Rust clan was like this, and it drove me crazy wherever we went, because we had this young, hot Latina girl, and the rest of us were actually, like, you know, all pretty good personalities and stuff, and they knew when they met us, and people would stand around and door camp us because of the girl. And then they would, like, they'd stay because we would just be, like, talking and stuff, or talking to them and being social and stuff. They began to realize, like, that we were, like, people that might actually be kind of interesting. And then it just went from there. And eventually our clan just imploded because we just couldn't socially handle the pressure of 30 to 40 people hanging outside our goddamn door all day. It was so fucking annoying. It drove me crazy. At the end of it, I told my friend Dog Giraffe, I was like, God damn it, you're a fucking girl, dude. You like this fucking drama. You like them coming to the door and like, you know, and just hanging around, harassing us all goddamn day. Can't play the game, can't do anything, can't get anything done, can't go raid or anything at all because they're all just standing out there waiting for our girl to come out or harass us, one or the other. Fucking Rust people piss me off, man. Fucking no-lifer idiots. We have a girl in our clan. I literally I'd go out there and beat the fucking grass to scare the snakes. I go out there with a fucking SAR and just light up like fucking 13 of them and shit, like blah 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 blah, headshot 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 headshot. They're out there like there's like they just lay their bags and they come to the door. They just stand outside that fucking door. And like we used to just mow them down sometimes with machine guns and shit. You just like go out there, spray Tommy out the fucking top of the base and just lay out like 7 of them or some shit. It's so stupid. They're all just out there talking about football and trying to attack the girl and calling her a B word and all this stupid ass ghetto fucking toilet bug shit. And it's, you know, and like it was so stupid. I'm glad to get away from that culture. Like, dude, like it was so sexist and stupid and bully. A lot of it was like bullying. They all thought they were bullies and that they're all funny, and they're not. They're just rough, you know. So fucking stupid. At the end of it, like, we couldn't handle it anymore. Like, no matter what server we went to, no matter where we went, when they found out that we had this, like, tight 5-man, there wasn't really a full clan, it didn't give shit about building big bases or anything, or being, but none of us cared about being successful. We were just trying to learn the game. That was it. And have fun, hang out with each other. That was it. And, like, god damn it, man, the harassment just went on forever. Like, they would just, like, when they found out that there was a girl, and she didn't try to hide who she was from them. But after a bit, she did. Because it was like, you know, when they found out, it was just endless. It was just endless harassment. And they kept acting like it was our problem that we were playing with a girl, that they were bullying her so bad. Like it was our problem. But I mean, like, you're the bullies, you know? We would just back her. You know? We would back her. She wanted to go up into outposts and fucking make fun of them right to their fucking face, like the badass like girl that she was. She was allowed to do that, and we would back her socially. We back her up, like, get away from our fucking friend right now. We come up and we stick MP5s in people's fucking face and like, step down, motherfucker. Don't you talk to her like that and shit. We backed her all the time, you know, because it was cool to have a girl in the clan. It really felt like it wasn't a goddamn sausage fest. It was way better, you know. And like, you know, but god damn it, man, like the constant harassment, it was just insane. It was like, I couldn't imagine being her and being alone. Like, when I first met her, how she ended up being in our clan and how we all met and how that whole clan got together was that, like, I killed her like 5 times going out her door on Reddit Large or something like that. This is my friend Lucky, really wonderful woman. And I killed her like 5 times, and she was like, well, Kat, do you want to just take my base now? Because you won't even let me go out my front door. And she said this in the text chat. I didn't know she was a girl. And I was like, no, I'll leave you alone. I'm terribly sorry. And she was like, well, do you want to team up? Because it seems like you're actually pretty good at this. And I was like, yeah, I've been playing for a few weeks. We can team up. You haven't been playing for long? She's like, no. Like, you know, I think it was like, she said like a week or 2, I think. And she was like, I've been hanging out side outposts just talking to people. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I've been doing too. And so she just brought her stuff over to my base, which was bigger. And then we struck up a trio with my friend Patrick, and then it went from there. And that's how I met all of the other 20 people that were in my clan that same wipe. The same people that I was hanging out with like two and a half years later were all the people that I had met at that wipe, which was like Tay, Boomkin, Patrick, Dog Giraffe, Daltaru, Big Junior. I already said Tay, but I got Tay and Boomkin, I think. There was a couple of other of the boys. You know, goddamn it, the names fail me. And then of course there was other people like Sharky was with us for a while, even though he was an asshole. We had somebody named Penne who was with us for a while, and he was nice, but his friend was an asshole. You know. I really liked Penne, but he, you know, and he was with us for a couple of weeks. There was some people that were with us here and there for a while. But in the end, it was just us 5. It was always us 5. It was me. Well, sometimes it was 6. It was like, but usually it was us 5. It was like Big Junior, Dog Giraffe, Lucky, me, Daltaru, and occasionally Patrick was in and out, but Patrick was there for a lot of it. And we had like a nice 5 or 6 man. That's pretty strong. Strong people. They were like Dalter in particular was a very good PvPer, and I will remember them fondly. And it was cool that I met them all that same wipe and ended up playing with them like for 2 years or something like that. It was an awesome wipe. But that same sociality never ever was supplied to me again. Large Clan, was very social, but not in the way that my first clan was when we were learning the game. And I miss that. I feel like it was one of the greatest times in my life, learning Rust the first time. And I really miss it. Like, we would do stuff like make fishing, village bases. Our clan was called PP for Peninsula Pals. And my friends were into Komomo. So they would watch Komomo all day, and they would talk about stinky poo-poo cheaters and, you know, spaghetti head cheaters and stuff and pee-pee stuff, stinky pee-pee cheaters and all this. And so yeah, and it was kind of funny. You know, it's funny, I immediately hit it off with a girl on Reddit that I think about sometimes, and I won't say her name, but I hit it off with a girl on Reddit, and my friends were like, you should go after her, you have a lot in common. And I was like, yeah, I think so. It was weird, and I for some reason, I went and got her friends list. I found her later, and I went and got her friends list. And I want to reach out to that girl, because we had a lot in common. It immediately was weird. It was like when we met each other at the it was at Large Ranch or something. I'll never forget. She rolls up with these two kids who were obviously her fucking slaves. And I was like, it must be nice to have slaves. I think I didn't say it to them, but I remember thinking it. And she rolls up with these two kids who are like bullies, but they're her slaves, which is kind of funny when like two bullies come up and they start verbally abusing you and telling you to do things, but they're being bossed around by a woman, which is fine. And I have no problem with being bossed around with a woman, and I let Lucky boss me around all the time. I had no problem, you know, or any of the other people, Loris or any of these other people let me boss around. I don't care. But like, you know, but it's just kind of funny when they roll up like that and they want to bully you, but they're like panty waste who does what mommy says though. And so it's just weird when they come across like that. So I'll never forget it. They rolled up to me at Ranch as I was hitting a barrel, or sorry, as I hit a box right as they ran up. They were trying to beat me to the box, and I got to the back box and I looted it. And they're like, hey, you have a satchel. And I was like, yes, I do. And they're like, we desperately need that satchel. We need that fucking satchel. You're not leaving this place without it. And I was like, yes, I am. And they're like, motherfucker, no, you aren't. And I was like, yes, I am leaving here. I will call my clan five deep, and we'll sit here 6-man, and we'll dispute you over this motherfucking satchel if you want. And the girl pipes up, and she immediately sounded very hot and very cute and very intelligent. She was like, you're kind of funny. And I was like, okay, yeah, I realized who I'm dealing with immediately. And we hit it off, and these two idiots stand there, gobsmacked, silent, while I talk to the girl for 10 minutes. This is not the first time that this has happened to me. I talked, and the woman immediately realizes that I'm not like most idiot men. They all do. They all do. Pretty much they realize in the first 5 seconds that I'm just not like all the other idiot men. I'm just not like that. I'm not down to play games like that. I'm not proud of being like that, and that's never been my claim. You know, that's not me. I was raised better by my mother than that, I would say. And so, we hit it off, and we talked for 10 minutes, and I was like, okay, since you're clan leader here, and they're like, she's not the clan leader, and I'm like, I tell him right to his face. I told you, the first thing he says to me, after I was like, okay, I'm going to give you the satchel, and I drop it to her, and I was like, because she's awesome. Not because you guys are bullies. So I'll call my 6-man down, and I'll fucking stick my dick down your fucking throats. Right to their fucking face. I used to say shit like that. And I call them right effort words to their fucking, straight to their fucking face, right in the fucking voice chat, because I wasn't a streamer at that point, right? So I could call them an effing word right straight to their fucking face, and I don't fucking care. Then I proceed to verbally abuse them, and I'm like, yeah, your clan leader here who calls the shots, and she starts tittering. I was like, she's cool. I'm gonna give her the satchel because she's got a mess, and I'm gonna help her deal with it. You can fucking help. You can have the satchel. You can go train it right now. Here's the scrap to go train it. They're like, thank you. And I'm like, yep, no, I've been there before. I know how bad this satchel is. I don't need this satchel. I don't care. And they're like, okay. And I was like, enjoy your day, and you better do as she says. And she starts laughing. I'm like, yeah, like, understand, motherfucker. Like you guys, you roll up all deep like you're the two dogs on the chains or whatever. But I mean, she still has you by the chains, and that's okay. I actually really like that when that happens. I prefer that. I prefer it when a woman's running them, when a woman's calling the shots. I actually do prefer it. I like it. I'm not disparaging women or giving their shot to run a clan or disparaging for their right to do so. I am actually very much in that favor, more so in that favor than I am of men, you know. But I'll never forget the girl. For some reason, I'll never forget that girl because like it was one of those moments where, like, and I remember the name and everything. I kept her on my friends list for like a year and a half. I could probably go back and find her. She's a streamer. She's a funny streamer, funny Rust streamer. And I was like, ooh, funny Rust streamer. And then you know, I found her a couple years later. I was like, oh, this is her, huh? She knows Komomo and all this, which does not surprise me. And he did a couple videos with her and all this. I was like, okay, cool, you know. And it's just weird, like, I don't know why that stuck out, but I was like, okay, like when girls in Rust talk to you while their dogs are on a chain right next to them and stuff. And it was just interesting, and it stuck out to me. And I was like, there's a power player that I would like to get to know. But her fucking dogs were on chains while she was, like, standing there. They were like men. But I mean, like, you know, they were like men. They were like men, maybe not my age, but they were like men who were like 24, maybe something like that. And she literally had them on fucking metal chains, basically. She was, like, completely controlling them. It was insane. And she just, like, let them off on me at first. And then I was like, motherfucker, just talk to me. That's the problem with all these shitheads from Rust, right? Motherfucker, just talk to me and we'd be fine. You know? If you want to have a raid, we can have a raid. If you want to have a fight, we can have a fight. No problem. I got no issue with that. But treating me like garbage, hanging around the door all day, fucking roof camping, sexually harassing the little girl like the little fucking incel die a virgin, fucking bullshit attack artists that all those idiot Rust people are. They all practice with the homies, and that's all they do. And I mean, like, Komomo got it right. And I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, the world doesn't need to be like that. The world would be a better place if you guys weren't like that.
Kai Sinat Riot. 2023 Union Square Riot.
Yeah, the Kai Sinat Riot was
such a funny picture. Because he's just such a sweet guy. He just looks so nice. Oh my god, I almost forgot about this whole riot thing. God. I'm surprised they didn't arrest Speed for that shit. That's basically a fucking riot too. Now, for mega context, Speed also references how he'll be streaming from North Korea repeatedly, which I'm sure a lot of us would like to see. He mentions this 5 times. First time.
Yo, chat, tomorrow, join my stream. I'm going to North Korea.
Second time.
Yo, chat, tomorrow.
He's autistic, severely autistic, but he's also a genius, you know? It often is really good, you know, it's often good when you're autistic because it can really give you beneficial things like this. He's got the social charismatic skills taught to him by his parents and that personality that people like, but he's also not making eye contact like me. Like, I don't make eye contact like that. Did you see him sit next to the girl the whole time? I'm like that too. Like, okay, my biggest, most embarrassing moment with women ever in my whole entire life, and I'll never forget it. So my best friend is like the love of my life, basically. At this point in time, I'm sure someone else will come along. But I mean, like, you know, at this point in time right now, you know, she is. And one of the things that happened is when we were first together for a while, for about 9 months, about 5 months in, she looks at me weird one day, and she's like, "What are the color of my eyes?" And I was like, I think blue. And she was like, "No, green." And I was like, "I'm sorry. I am autistic and I have Asperger's, and I don't look anyone in the eyes, much less the most beautiful person in the planet, which is even harder, right?" And I was like, and I'll look her in the eyes while I'm saying this, while I make the point, because I can make eye contact. It's not something I can't do. It's something that I don't like doing. And so, and I look at her and I'll be like, "Oh, okay, I see your beautiful green eyes now." And she actually didn't mind that I didn't look her in the eyes very often. She's kind of got that same thing going too. And in a way, and she doesn't make the most eye contact that much, you know. And so I can spot it a mile of fucking way somebody totally, actually, really, really, truly, actually Asperger's. You can spot it a mile away. It's big tells, big gives. You can see, big tells. You know, you get big clues. You can always tell.
On stream, I'm going to North Korea, chat. So join
Notice
that.
how fast he talks.
North Korea next beat. I am, bro.
Yep.
4th time.
It might be shorter though, but chat. Tomorrow I'll be going to.
Autistic is popular. Autistic is very popular. Look at XQC. They want to rag on him all the time for talking fast, but I mean, like, that kid is just autistic. That's all it is. He's a Canadian, North Canadian, you know, like French Canadian, you know, autistic kid who grew up on Overwatch and talks in battle chat. And I don't know. And I think that's awesome. I do. I really support it. Now, I don't want to insult him by calling him some label that might not be the case, but I believe him to be severely autistic, and I think this kid is too. And I think it's something that's very interesting. I think it gives me hope about attaining a career in this. In this sector. I think it's something I can do if I try hard enough, I see somebody who tries hard all of their life to be this idol, to be this, this online personality, and I see nothing different in myself, 3 guys more and we can launch attack. I don't know if my alt can fly this. I don't know if my alt can fly this. I could log over. I need to look at the launcher. I don't think I have an account that can do this. Yeah. I mean, I don't really have an account that can do this. I mean, I can log over to a different alt. I mean, I don't know. I can go and look at her. Can she fly cat? I don't think she can. I don't know how much skill points she has. I wish she would show me how much skill points she has. I could log over and go look, but I mean, I don't want to fuck with this. I don't want to gank people in high sec. It'll bring me bad energy, and I'll get ganked in high sec. I don't want to gank people in high sec.
Tomorrow I'll be going to North Korea, like I said.
5th time?
Come to North Korea, I'm going to North Korea tomorrow. That stream is going to be actually in 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's like in 15 hours.
Very
I think
autistic.
under 24 hours, y'all.
So, yeah, he's
very,
supposed to go
very
to North Korea.
autistic.
That's...
Yeah, I can see it. He's got a strong mind. Probably speaks several languages. Probably actually, honestly, when you're actually around him, probably a decent guy. But but the minute that he's on a camera, probably not. Because, I mean, that's not what sells.
And what we're waiting for
Nice
now.
doesn't sell.
The first stream will...
Is one of the things I had to fundamentally understand. It took me 2 years as a streamer to get there. Nice does not sell. I am not interested in being nice to people. I'm not interested in being their friend. I'm not interested in coddling them. I'm interested in them being my community, but I am not interested in coddling them with all kind of niceties or, trying to pretend like I'm this nice person that live this nice life. I wouldn't say that is the case. And I don't pretend any different, and, yeah. Oh, yeah, so I guess, yeah, like a airdrop fell, but I didn't watch where it fell, which sucks. I am finding it hard to focus because I'm hungry. I'm going to go make something to eat. I'll be right back. Sandwich. Sorry about that. Okay, let's make it big.
Pop group Child Riot KFC stream. Now we've got the second Korea stream, which I believed that it was going to be in North Korea. So not in North Korea, it's in South Korea, and it's age restricted. I wonder why. It has 4.5 million views. Holy f. Here's Speed explaining why it's not North Korea.
Bro, I promise y'all, chat. Chat, we was like right by the border. We had this dude right by us, so we couldn't stream.
Yeah, dude, you're going to get blasted, man. I'm really glad you didn't try to push that. Imagine if Speed is the reason for second Korean War. Or, I guess, resuming the Korean War, because it hasn't officially ended. Whoops. So, yeah, second stream almost immediately followed around by a crowd of people. This shit is insane. Is this a place of respect? This is very disrespectful. I almost feel fucking bad for this guy. Look at these people running and bumping around and taking pictures of him as if he's just a fucking object. God, I feel bad for Speed. He's the victim here. Seriously, this is nothing. He's nothing like Johnny Somali. He's like bringing out the worst of South Korea. Holy shit. It's okay though, South Koreans. I don't think anyone thinks that this is an accurate representation of what Korea is actually like. These are Speed fans out here. These are Korean Speed fans.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that to, bro, look at this shit. Look at this shit. This shit is crazy.
That's like scary. That's fucking scary, dude. Once again, very, very similar to the literal riot in New York City caused by Kai Cenat.
And you can see news helicopters are overhead. That's Union Square Park. The park has been swarmed and basically overrun by people. Look at the crowds of people there. In fact, subway lines, bus lanes, they're bypassing Union Square. It's a big subway station in Manhattan. Apparently what had happened here is a popular Twitch streamer was holding a video game giveaway. If you don't know what Twitch is, you're not alone. I barely know what it is. It's apparently a platform where you can watch other people play video games.
Which is a thing. A lot of,
Sounds
clearly.
incredibly boring, but obviously it's a thing. So this Kai Cenat was going to do a giveaway. He announced it on his Instagram feed. And look at this. It's basically become a mob scene there. They're on top of cars. Yeah, this is Union Square.
That's got to be, is it not? Well, I guess they're not really rioting. These are just a bunch of people trying to take pictures. It was different behavior for sure. Then in the riot, he confronts a fan that apparently called him the N-word on Twitter, and he starts barking at him, which is pretty awesome. What the crazy time. Crazy fucking insane times. Speed is a great example of the Ouroboros of content creators. Just, it's a cycle, right? Like you act like a fool, you get treated like a fucking fool out in Korea specifically. Man, awesome. And I'm not here to say this is all bad, by the way. I thought it was very interesting, and I wanted to show you guys and share some thoughts and see exactly what we're thinking about this. Karma appears to come in at the end though and balance the scales a little bit to really make it clear that this is seriously a moot thing. And then he gets up and he's dude, he deserved that shit. He deserved a much harder bite. Oh my god, just straight. That's disrespect, man. He's so mad about it too.
Oh, bro.
괜찮아요?
Huh?
괜찮으세요?
I gotta go to the hospital. I'm suing you.
That's funny. I wish something like that would happen to Johnny Somali. We talk about streamers all the time, and I figured it was appropriate to talk about Speed's experience in Korea, because it's been lighting some fires. All in all, literally nowhere anywhere close to the fucking kick idiots. I mean, this is just, the hell was that damn fly just flew by me? Speed had one of the best nights of his life right into one of the worst nights of his life. I do wish he could have got into North Korea though. He gets tuckered out though after the dog bite. That kind of ended it all on that. Man, you can tell this guy has brought a lot of joy and entertainment to people. It's impossible to discredit that, obviously. He has a massive fucking crowd of people in a foreign country. That is incredibly impressive. A lot of young adults, a lot of kids, and yeah, it's hard to not be a massive piece of shit when streaming IRL. You got it for the bit. You got to do it for the Vine.
Ooh, Sunny V2.
Sometimes I just want to tell myself I cop it as much as anyone else, and I'm not the new Nickelback.
It's the world's most streamed song by a female artist, but Dance Monkey's 3 billion plays ruined Tones and I's life.
I don't think I've been happy one day since all this stuff has happened.
Not to mention the song itself is way more depressing than most people realise. You see, Tones and I first wrote Dance Monkey whilst performing her songs in the street, where on one particular night she dealt with a super difficult crowd.
The whole crowd was very drunk and rowdy.
Over a 30-minute period, Tones had all her money stolen, was told by an onlooker she had no talent, and had her keyboards knocked over as the rest of the crowd demanded she keep on playing.
I had like a real bad night where like people were just like again, like they weren't even chanting one more song. I'd done like 6 encores.
She'd therefore make the chorus dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, referring to hecklers egging her on.
I just took everything that people had said to me and put it in a song, like just sing one more time.
And by the time she finally wrote it, her confidence had been destroyed.
And I wrote it in the wardrobe because I still got nervous about people listening and hearing me stuff up when I'm writing music and go over and over again on the same thing. So I like really nestle myself in a small space.
However, by playing the song on the street, she attracted an audience of hundreds, all of whom couldn't stop listening despite the song being unreleased.
You couldn't hear the song anywhere. It was nowhere. You could only hear it live. And that's the only place you could hear it. And word started getting around about this song with no way to stream it. People would come down when I was busking just to hear it.
In one video titled Tones and I NYE in Byron Bay, the uploader stated, "Don't know the name of the song, but I got a big fan of her for the first go," with the video itself showing hundreds of people listening to Tones, one of whom you can hear yelling, "Coolest night of my life." A different TikTok showed a similar scene, having filmed Dance Monkey on the street before its release, captioned with the title, "I just recorded it because I thought the song was good." Dance Monkey made her street performances so popular, Tones' manager stated by the end of the first song at least 20 would stop by. By the end of the third there was at least 50, and by the end of the set 150 would be gathered. We were getting shut down by the police in a few weeks. The crowds were spilling onto the street and becoming dangerous, with her local fame causing other unrelated issues.
Other buskers started getting angry at me. Some started a Facebook group and were like, "We're gonna run Tones out of town," like for no reason. They just hated how big the crowds were getting.
As a result, Tones took her act to a hostel where it became even bigger.
Everyone just started coming to the hostel, and all of a sudden this hostel was at full capacity, 500 people. They couldn't let anyone in every single week just because people wanted to come, waited through the whole 2.5 hour talent show for this one song at the end, which was like the craziest thing. Everyone knew all the words.
Describing that period as her happiest days ever.
I always say that that was easily the best time in my life.
She'd achieved everything she ever wanted and still had no plans to release music publicly.
Always obviously just wanted to be a busker. I never anticipated even releasing music.
But having gained 14,000 followers from busking, Tones spent $800 to record and release Dance Monkey. As one of her first official songs, she had no expectations.
I didn't even think I'd get played on radio in Australia.
Although the outcome turned out to be the opposite. The success Tones found locally was repeated on the radio.
Pretty much when I released it, we saw the same thing happen, but in a way bigger scale. That what had already been happening for 8 months on the street.
Topping charts in Australia just 30 days after Dance Monkey's release. 2 weeks after hitting #1, Tones released the music video, which gained 1.6 million views in just over a month, leading to her first festival invite which slightly exceeded expectations. Tones was scheduled as the first act on a terrible stage.
I opened the whole festival, and usually there's about 200 people at this stage.
Although, as can be seen by the official festival video, she managed to attract a slightly larger audience.
There was like 40,000 people. The video of me online at Splendor in the Grass with the red on is that. The set after me had like 500 people there.
The music video hit 10 million views only 1 month later, celebrated with an Instagram post reading, "Old Town Road has been #1 on iTunes for 14 weeks. Until now, motherfuckers." 1 month after this, when the video was
was at 100 million views. Tones made another post reading, "I have the #1 most streamed song on Spotify worldwide at the moment, and an Aussie artist has never done that before."
And then it stayed on the top of Spotify for like a record-breaking amount of time. It bet all the Shazam records.
Before becoming the highest streamed song ever by a female artist on Spotify. Tones and I had achieved what her biggest idols couldn't.
Beyonce hasn't done that. Ariana Grande hasn't done that. Nicki Minaj and Taylor Swift, they've never done what that song has done.
And while Tones maintained that she loved the song, this is where the problem started.
And I love the song so much, people think I hate it. It just defines me, and I need that to stop. That one song that I wrote when I was on the street should not define the rest of my life.
As mentioned, the song became so popular it was all that she was known for. If she played the song first at festivals, people would simply leave.
Sometimes when I go overseas, I have to end on that song, because if I do Dance Monkey Second Love, everyone's going to the other stage and I'm sitting here playing Fly Away to my friends.
But if she played the song at the end, people wouldn't stop demanding it.
There was one festival
Yeah, it's weird when, like, you know, you write an earworm and your other songs don't have that quality of that earworm, and it goes on fire. I've heard there were several one-hit wonders that I really loved. I remember one. I really wanted to believe that this band was super good. They were called Dishwalla. But they were actually just this corporate construct band that some fucking producer had put together with some college musician types, indie types. And it was like kind of corporate stooge, the band was, and they weren't good, but they wrote this song called Counting Blue Cars, which is, where he sings, "Tell me all your thoughts on God, 'cause I'm on my way to see her. Tell me, am I very far?" Right? And that song, "Tell me all your thoughts on God, 'cause I'm on my way to see her." Right? And yeah, I thought that song was so fucking good for so many different reasons. I used to listen to it over and over and over and over again. It was like crack. But then I went looking for other Dishwalla hits, thinking that, wow, somebody who had the skill to write this song, their album must be amazing. And often I am not disappointed. But this time I was. That band sucked. They sucked. They had one good they had one good song. There was another one that I watched. I think Sunny V2 did another one about another one-hit wonder like this, Alien Ant Farm. And I saw them live. It was weird. Like, I saw them when they were at the top of their fandom because they were famous for Michael Jackson's song. Michael Jackson wrote so many earworms. And one of them was that song, Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Smooth Criminal. And I saw that band play for $5 at Herman's Hideaway in Denver about 10 years after the fucking hemorrhoid of a song that they played on the radio every day like 60 times, and it was so annoying. And I love that song, and I love that band, but they were not, I wouldn't say they were the most amazing band, though. They were kind of just an alternative band. They weren't very, very amazing. And it's weird that they have you can tell they have the quality to write something super fucking good. But then once they write that one super fucking good single, they don't ever have to work again. That single will ride their whole band throughout eternity, basically, and all their families and everything. That single is worth so much money. And so they don't have to try on other albums, and they don't. And so then they often cut bad albums after that, and they bomb out like an album or two later, and they just retire off one song. And I've always like kind of wondered at that ability to write that one perfect earworm like this, but then all their other music, either it might not suck, but it just isn't radio quality or earworm quality.
They were like, "Dance Monkey, dance," which is like kind of like crippling as an artist.
Rolling Stone added to this by writing, during her first festival
appearance... I don't know if I've ever heard this song, actually, but I can't play it on stream right now. I'm on YouTube.
New Zealand's Bay Dreams, a section of the crowd chanted dance monkey, over and over, unwittingly feeding into the exact narrative the song was about.
Yep.
During the same article, Tones and I stated, this dance monkey thing is like a blessing and a curse. It's opened me up to so many more fans, and to have so many people discover my music, but I don't want to be known for that until I die. It was one song I wrote, she says we were
Tough titty.
It's not even near my favorite song.
The public gets what they want. That's the kind of the unspoken thing about humanity that I think a lot of people are kind of in denial about, but the public will always get what they want. The politicians like to act like they boss us around, but I mean the public, when they want something, they'll get it. If it's a song or a movie or alcohol, remember Prohibition? How long did that last, right? Like trust me, if the public wants something, they'll get it. No, don't attack me. No. Where are you? I can hear you. You're scaring me.
Not even in my top 3, or maybe not even top 5.
And her view was likely tainted by the song's other problems. Tones explained her clothing style had come from a lack of confidence.
Wait, I want to hear what she said.
One song I wrote, she says wearily. It's not even near.
It's not even. It was one song I wrote. It's not even near my favorite song. Nope.
It's not even in my top 3, or maybe not even top 5.
And her
yeah, she's like, of my own work, she's like, I don't like that song nearly as much as I do some of the other stuff I've wrote. You know, one of the things I remember when I was the lead singer in a band, they used to come and tell me afterwards. They'd be like, I really liked your music. You know, they would tell me, they were like, I really liked your music. It was memorable. And you could tell you could tell it was like they knew that I probably would never be famous, like not for that anyways. At least not at that time. So they were like, I really like your music. They would go out of the way to like tell me like, I really like your music, you're onto something. And I really remember that. It stuck with me. Several of my friends were like, you know, I'm usually a fucking music snob. You know, there were people who worked at the record store. They were like, usually I'm a music snob, but I actually do really like your music. It's melodic. It's, you know, it's got energy and it's angry, but it at least has like melody to it. I have people tell me that. They're like, you know, you guys are rough and you're a garage band, but I do like your music. I think they tell me like they're like, I would come to your band. It's why we kept at it for so long. People would come. They would come to the shows not just because they were our friends, but because they actually wanted to hear the music. It was good. I had this fundamental belief that had any of us not been like pretty much all of my friends, like my friend R, who was my bassist, he was the one who was doing the best, and he came from kind of a milk bread, you know, kind of white middle class family, and his family was doing the best, but they were basically upper middle class. You know, they weren't rich, but they weren't poor, and they had he had 5 siblings, and his family was doing the best. All the rest of us were lower class. Everybody else in the band, we were either lower, upper, I would say upper or lower class. It's like close to middle class, but I mean, we were like punkers, kind of working class kids. My friend he was an artist kid, and he was the most skilled artist I've ever witnessed, you know, but better than Da Vinci or any of them. Like, he was like the best artist I've ever witnessed. His work was the most impressive that I've ever seen. I hate thinking that about one of my best friends, but I do. I've been to tons of museums overseas filled with artwork that I still don't think was as good as my friend I, which is kind of crazy, you know? And I guess that's because I'm biased, but I mean, like, I fundamentally believe this. I believe his work to be better than the stuff I saw in the museums, you know? And he knew this too. He knew that I fundamentally believed in his work in like a way that, you know, had nothing to do with like kissing his ass, you know? And I got that with my friends over, like, with my music. I get it from the people on my stream. people tell me, like, sometimes they tell me, like, I like the singing, and I'm like, that's good, thank you. I mean, it's just one more aspect of the things that I wish to bring to the table, but I'm glad that I did leave, like, a positive impression instead of, like, people telling me to shut the fuck up all the time or whatever, you know? But I would sing either way. It wouldn't matter, you know? Even if they were telling me to shut the fuck up all the time, I would still sing. It wouldn't matter. And so, you know, I got scared of writing earworms like that. One of the things I used to do, very much so on purpose, was I would, like, throw really nasty lines into my work. I mean, I did it even in my current work. I'll throw in nasty cussing and stuff like that, or I'll be very crude or fucked up a little bit because I don't want to be on the radio. And I'll do that. I'll self-sabotage my own work. I'll write earworms, but I don't want to be on the radio. I don't, you know? I don't want to be on the radio. I never respected the radio that much. I think it had kind of a detrimental effect on America. I want people listening to stuff that wasn't on the radio, you know? And so, you know, like, for instance, like, my most commercial song that would get asked for the most was called the ska song. And right in the middle of it, I say, like, it's a great little song that gets little kids, you know, bobbing and bouncing up and down in the mosh pit and stuff. It had a very good beat, and it was a ska. It was kind of a pick-me-up ska song that was very fast. It was very strummy and fast. It was like I can't even remember the lyrics anymore. I would need the guitarist at this point. I can't even remember my own lyrics to my own band anymore because I have brain damage. I can't remember the lyrics, but I remember some of the lyrics. Like, for instance, I remember in the middle of the ska song, one of the lines is, "Fuck me, bitch, I gotta stay high. Truth's my dad, I cannot lie." You know? And I was screaming right in the middle of the song. I'd be like, "Fuck me, bitch, I gotta stay high. Truth's my dad, I cannot lie." And, you know, like, fucking loud. Like, "Fuck me, bitch, I gotta stay high." And I was like 15 screaming that shit, you know? And, like, they knew that I would never be on the radio. If I did, it would have been a disaster. Kind of like, I think it was kind of a disaster that Nine Inch Nails' biggest song was Closer to God. Because that's the one where he's singing, like, "I wanna fuck you like an animal. I wanna feel you from the inside. I wanna fuck you like an animal. My whole existence is flawed. You get me closer to God." And I love that song. And I loved when it was on the radio. And I thought it was really good for the radio. But it also sort of, like, I think it sort of made him appear to be a little bit more crass than he was, and you saw what was necessary to like get that song on the radio, and this is one of the things that I would do with all of my work is I would straight up throw in the cussing that you would hear in my stream or in my personal life. If you're my friend and I'm just talking to you, smoking a joint with you, or having a beer at the bar or something, you know I'm gonna cuss like a motherfucker. You know, I'm just gonna keep on cussing like the whole time. It's just how I think. Like, when I form sentences in my mind, like the words just come with cuss words, and I felt that this had kind of a crass sort of negative effect on America when Nine Inch Nails was famous for that, but also I think it was really good for us that we had, like, the censorship just was not respected and was totally it was totally discarded and ignored when he got famous for that song. I mean, he was famous already, but he got really famous for that song. Trent Reznor. He's my favorite singer, close. You know, he's close to my favorite singer. He's definitely top 3. And, yeah. And I don't know. I think about it sometimes. I'm like, it's good to write an earworm. He wrote a lot of earworms too. But I don't know how. It has kind of a detrimental effect like she's trying to talk about. It gets you typecast. It's hard to, like, you know, it's hard to get away from it. Like, I remember my favorite example of this is Bradley Noel, who was the lead singer of Sublime, did a documentary that we watched obsessively over and over and over again. We were looking for anything Sublime at all. We were like Sublime converts. We believed Sublime to be the greatest band that ever lived, but I still sort of do. And so we watched all the documentaries, we listened to all the CDs, we bought all the albums, we got all the B-sides and all this stuff. And I learned every song that Bradley ever wrote, and I watched every fucking minute of every fucking video, and I watched all the documentaries, and I was in the full-blown fervor. My best friend and I we're in the full-blown fervor of a full-blown Bradley Noel addiction in a very bad way. We needed anything we could hear, anything he said. We would use his colloquialisms, and we would listen to his albums, and we would work his patterns of speech and the things that he would say into our own work and stuff like that, and our own music. We were that much of a Bradley believer. You know, I believed in Bradley. I thought he could save rock and roll. The way that the oldies people thought that Elvis could save rock and roll. I thought Sublime could save rock and roll. And I still sort of do. But I mean, Bradley's dead, so we can't do anything. He overdosed on heroin when I was, I don't know, 20 when I was way younger than that. I was like probably 12 or 13, I think, somewhere around then. It would have been 94, so I would have been, somewhere around then. Yeah, I was about probably like, I don't need to say, but yeah. And like, I remember how Bradley said it on their big documentary. It was called Smoke Two Joints. Was like that song Smoke Two Joints was actually like a hemorrhoid. It kept coming back like this burning thing. People would demand it on stage, and they wouldn't listen to anything else that Sublime would play, which is in the case of Sublime actually a fucking huge disservice, because every song that they wrote was super good. Every song on every album was super good. I can't think of one that wasn't. I can't think of a song that Sublime wrote. They're the most consistent band that I can think of across all the albums. Every single fucking song on every single fucking album was a banger that I loved, that I could sing in my sleep, that I could, that I would sing for my friends' funerals and stuff, like lovin' is what I got. Said, remember that, lovin' is what I got. Said, remember that, I don't cry when my dog runs away. I don't get angry at the bills I have to pay. I don't get angry when my mom smokes pot. Hit the bottles and go right to the rock. Fuck it, fight it, it's all the same. Living little dog's the only way to stay sane. Let you know that natural loving come back to me. And stuff like that. And I wasn't the only one. There was a whole bunch of people my age who were Sublime converts. You could see them wandering around like Jesus disciples with like tie-dye shirts and clothes, and they'd be stoned out of their fucking gourd on X and shit like that. They'd be like half raver, half druggy, half junkie, half fucking party kid, half drunk punk kind of thing. And like there was a lot of kids like me back then like that were like Sublime converts that believed in smoking joints and drinking beer on Friday and Saturday night, and wrenching on the ride, and like listen to music, surfing, skateboarding, snowboarding, that kind of thing, and like sort of living like almost a punker, like SoCal punker lifestyle, but in Colorado. And we never could have done it without Sublime. Sublime, and I would say the other really big influential band for us was actually the Specials. But I didn't like the Specials that much. They're good, but I love them. But I mean, they weren't as influential on me as Sublime was. And I think the Specials were also for me, one that was more influential than the Specials was Madness. Madness was a really big fucking band for me. They changed me in a fundamental way. Like, I never looked into any documentaries on Madness. Maybe there's something like Madness documentary, right? Madness band documentary, right? Is there anything on Madness? Because I don't know anything about them, and they were hugely fucking influential on me. Yeah, Roadhouse and Electric Ballroom and all this. Like, Madness was a really fucking influential band. Here's Smash, the Madness Story by Fiona Linnell. I believe she does want us to watch this. Oh, no, I can't do this. It's full of DMCA. I can't do it. I'm terribly sorry, but... Yeah, but one day on like a Sunday, I'll play all of the entirety of everything Madness ever did. They were out of Britain, and they were a ska band, but they were like kind of more dub than ska, or they weren't dub. They were like... they were dance hall. They invented dance. I would say they were like the original dance hall people. And yeah, they were definitely dance hall. And without them, we never would have had Dance Hall. And without Dance Hall, we never would have had Sublime. You know, without Dance Hall, we never would have had Punk. We never would have had Pop Punk. And Pop Punk is what I was raised on. I was raised on pop punk like Green Day, Blink 182, Unwritten Law, MXPX. You know, who else fits in this? There's a whole bunch of them. There's so many pop punk bands out there. Millencolin. God, I love Millencolin. Millencolin was a very influential band on us as well. I loved Millencolin with all my heart and soul. They really sang pretty well. They were such a good band. I wish I could put this music on, and I could, but I mean, it would be distracting. And one of the problems about music documentaries is they're full of DMCA, so I can't do this. Can't even be on this subject. I'll just get banned. So, so I want to finish the Dance Monkey video, but it won't pull the goddamn video for some reason, and I don't know why. It's because my OBS is like there. Sorry. Oh, what? Oh, come on, man. Where's this Dance Monkey video? It's not popping up. It's on. It's like on the other screen now. Damn it. Just pull the video then, you idiots. I hate YouTube sometimes. The truth about Linus's tech tips controversy. But I want to finish that one. That one I watched about Dance Monkey. There, finish that one. Go. Why don't we have sound? Okay. Good job, YouTube. Really great
Wearing
job.
oversized tee. I felt comfortable in those baggy clothes. I wasn't body confident.
Which turned into a point of criticism as she became a public figure.
People were so offended by how I looked. Like, just so offended. And I judged myself.
Why?
As harsh as I could so that I was really prepared. And then it wasn't a tactic anymore. I just started hating myself.
Comments about her appearance at the time were too vile to publish even in Rolling Stone, and when given a chance.
Let this girl alone. Who the fuck cares what her body looks like? You guys are so goddamn dumb and fucking vacuous. Stop worrying about other people and worry about yourself. Is Bandit Camp close? Not really. It's annoying. Oh, actually, it's not that bad. Yeah. All right. Let's just see. What else will I do? I'm constantly starving. I guess I'll take a minute to feed myself here. Make a campfire.
To respond, Tone stated, I promise you everything that you say, I feel about myself now. I promise you that I feel like shit all the time. So leave me alone now because there's nothing more you can.
Yep, that's how I feel too. Leave me alone now. There's nothing more you can do. I have destroyed myself. I don't need detractors. You know, I feel like shit. I hate myself. I don't need somebody to tell me I'm fat or ugly or old or balding or something like this or any other rags or attacking me or any of this other shit. Trust me, I'm a completely broken person with no friends, no life, no hope, no money, nothing. No prospects, nothing. And so I don't need anybody else on top of me, you know? Yeah, there's nothing more you can do. You know?
Wow.
If you like my Steam profile says, like, you know, if you need to hunt me, then you're the worst hunter ever born. You know? Because I'm the easiest prey there is.
Mindframe stained everything that she did.
You're the worst hunter ever born if you need to hunt me, because, like, honestly, I hunt myself just fine, You don't need to get in there and attack me. I will absolutely wreck this ship. You don't trust me on my heart and soul. That is where this will end. I can guarantee it. I will wreck this ship and I will fucking wreck myself. I guarantee it. I know that's how this will end. So like understand that, you know, you don't need to get in there and attack me. I'll do fine by myself. You can just stand by, get all the free entertainment that you're getting, and watch the disaster happen live in real time right in front of your fucking face. You don't need to attack me or come after me or anything like that. I'll fucking destroy myself, don't worry.
I could not connect or enjoy the moment because
Yeah, like I have dysphoria because of it. Like I don't care about people attacking me really, because it's like, yeah, same old bullshit, same old stuff. You get in line, you know.
there was this big, you're ugly, you're gross. Doesn't matter what you do, this is offensive.
Reducing her desire to be on social media.
I really don't want to be out there in the world like that.
Instead posting text images such as, last time I checked you didn't need to be pretty to write a good song, and it will be...
Yeah, last time I checked, aesthetics have nothing to do with music. Just because she's in the pop scene doesn't mean she has to be a fucking diva. Like one of my favorite pop songs of all time is India RE by India RE, where she's just like not kind of girl, not the kind of girl on the magazine. I'm just the girl next door, and you need to like listen to me. I'm here to sing for you, and I don't want you to judge me like I'm Rihanna. And that's exactly what they did to her.
When I joined the club of women that have only gotten...
She was beautiful, though. She was truly fucking beautiful, and I think this girl is too. Like they were truly wonderful, beautiful women on top of it, but they've got self-image problems because they are being attacked by the social media and all this. So they tear themselves down in their own mind, and they get second guessing about themselves. But I would say India RE, as well as this lady, whatever her name is, Dance Monkey lady, when Tones and I.
Because of what they look like. Thanks. Tones repelled the haters with a genius coping strategy.
Then I just like turn my phone off and hang out with my friends, and it's all fine.
But for the hate toward the song itself, there was easily 10
Yeah. And like now it's like people are so bored with their own lives that they're ready to fire off an editorial about somebody else's life before they'll ever live their own, you know. And that's where we're at now. That's where it's going. They just have to weigh in on how shitty they think your fucking career is or whatever. And I've never understood it. I don't care what you think, you know.
Times more.
Like does it really help you to go out of your way and leave some hateful comment? Does that enrich your life or bring you money? Or I'm sure you get some kind of laugh. You like laugh afterwards. The laugh's great. But I mean, really, that's you just getting a laugh at someone else's expense. Good job. But it's still like kind of a crappy thing to do. It's just like a crappy human thing to be like, I'm gonna laugh at this guy's failure or whatever. You know, it's just like a crappy thing to do. It's not a highbrow, like I'm not gonna respect you for being a troll or anything. It's just sort of shitty. It's like shitty. It's a shitty thing to do.
Vocals, the goddamn vocals. They're terrible. They are awful.
The criticism began with her voice.
I never ever once thought my voice was different or anything like that. Now the world is telling me that it's different.
While others accused her of using effects to achieve a specific sound.
Everyone seems to think your voice is super weird. A lot of people at the start thought that it was an edit.
Articles such as this one had to clarify her voice was natural, although even then the song was building an army of haters. Dance Monkey by Tones and I is a terrible
Dance Monkey, Dance Monkey, Dance Monkey, ha ha ha. Isn't that the song, right? I think I remember it now. Dance Monkey, Dance Monkey, Dance Monkey, ha ha. That's her song. It really sounded like she dubbed it. I thought she had vocoded that.
Monkey is fucking atrocious. Dance Monkey is the worst song in history.
Whatever. People liked the song. Whatever. Like it's like everybody wants to be Ken the Troll now, but you're not. You're not like that. You're not gifted at it. You're not funny. You're just a detractor of society. That's all it is. All you're doing is bringing down other people around you.
And I will never forgive humanity for making it popular. Wow. Even Jenna Ortega slammed the song by adding, if anyone ever...
Jenna Ortega.
ever played that in my house, they're instantly being kicked out, while Tone's live performance on Australian radio achieved a pretty depressing record.
I am the only Leica version in the history of Triple J Leica versions that have had to have the comments turned off.
Was it hated simply because it was overplayed?
People say, oh, I used to like the song, and then it got so overplayed. It's always on radio. I can't escape it.
Whatever the reason, it was making Tone's life hell.
I didn't like myself at all. I preempted hate. I would just see myself through the most hateful hater's eyes.
In the process, Tones had to deal with a stalker.
I got probably a message like every 3 minutes.
Yep, and then someone right there at the end. This is why I wrote Trouble Travels in Threes. Right there at the end, after the world has kicked you in the fucking balls, or the tits or whatever, kicked you in the twat, and you're down there on the fucking ground, and your family has left you, and then the second demon shows up, and it's your family has left you, your friends aren't there anymore, you don't have any money, you're homeless on the streets, you flew too high, you melted the wax of the Icarus wings, and now you're falling, and all that, and that's the second part. What they never ever tell you is the third thing, which is when, you know...
He messaged my random friends that they've never met. This person.
The third thing is then you catch your lifelong stalker that won't leave you alone, who shows up at the worst possible fucking moments and is totally just poking you over and over and over and over again for no fucking reason at all. And I wrote about it in one of my songs. I definitely did. I love that song, Trouble Travels in Threes, and I'm going to write a lot more like that. But I mean, it takes a while to get the subject matter in my content, in my heart, and in my mind. It takes a long time. It takes months, you know? I got a new one coming called Dancing and Dancing Laughter in the Palace Once Again. That one's coming. I'm excited about that, and I got that one. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to do. And I'm also going to try kind of a sonic experiment where I believe I will do spun down versions of cover songs, spun down to blues trap speed, and then executed like blues trap. And I'm gonna do some blues trap covers as well. The first one being Instant Crush by Daft Punk, and then the second one's gonna be Beacon of Light by Priest. And I thought about that last night. I was sitting there while I was singing the entire time. I was thinking about how I'm going to start slowing down songs and covering them from a really slower, sort of almost heroined out, you know, slower perspective on the song, almost like a spun out, cracked out, like slowed down, fucking like really drag along song, and I want to sing it like it's epic, but very slow. And I'm gonna do some experimentation with that, because I mean, in a way, that's sort of like taking people's work, but I mean, it's my execution, it's my dub, my speed, it's not my lyrics or my song. But it's my style, my dub, my speed, and my voice over theirs. And the song is slowed down so much it's unrecognizable from the original song. They don't share a similarity beyond the notes that they're in. That's it, you know. Like the notes are similar but when they're slowed down so much, you get so much feedback and slower drum loops and stuff that the drums sound like trap. And it actually is a totally different song at that point. And I'm gonna sing some interesting songs that weren't even very popular, because I don't want to step on anybody's earworms or anything. I want to sing songs that weren't commercially popular. Actually, I mean, I think Instant Crush kind of was commercially popular, but I don't think it was on the radio ever. So I'm not looking for radio songs. I don't want to take somebody's radio hit. I want to take B-sides and rarities off of my favorite bands and chop them and slow them down. Like another one that I want to do is Jawbox Savory. I want to slow it down. Deftones covered Jawbox Savory, and it is one of my favorite songs. the subject content in the song is really good. And I really like it.
And left and went home, and then said they're coming back for me, and actually came back.
Although surprisingly, Nicki Minaj might have been a bigger problem. You see, Dance Monkey had been topping the charts for almost half a year, at which point Nicki Minaj released a new song, telling her followers to do whatever you can to get it to #1. Well, rather than, you know, listening to Nicki's song, her fans instead tore down Tones and I in a pretty lousy way.
They put like racist signs or swastikas everywhere over my stuff, and then reposted it on Twitter.
Oh, Nicki Minaj like went to war with her. And this poor girl, she's like a busker from fucking Australia. She's not even like that LA fab like pop culture crowd. She's not even like a lord. She's like a fucking earworm pop singer, you know? I mean, she might have the quality of a lord, but I mean, like, she's not a lord, though. She didn't have, like, a whole majorly good album, you know, like Lorde did. So, like, it's sad that they went after her like this. It's tragic.
Pushing Tones toward her breaking point. She described her haters to be beating me over and over again until I'm
beating me over and over again for no fucking reason. I can relate. No fucking reason at all. Life already did that to me. You don't need to, you know?
Crying in my own home. No one even under.
Yep. It's just baiting. It's just it's like I can relate. Yep. For no reason. No reason at all. There's never a reason. They're just fixated. They have an obsession. They have a problem. And they must make that problem yours, you know? It's obsession. I grounded here? Yes, I did. Damn it, I just ate a bunch of wolf meat and immediately lost it by falling. So annoying. Okay, let's see.
It really is. Winning 4 arias failed to fix anything.
No one could have ever prepared me for the whole world judging me and comparing you to other artists.
Which was followed by a Facebook post reading, "People always say, Tones, how does it feel? It must feel great. What are you feeling? You must be over the moon." It does, and I don't want to take anything away, but I have been hiding a black hole for a while now. With success comes judgment and opinions. This I was prepared for. It's normal, which is sickening, but the relentless bullying that follows every proud moment tears my mind in two. Tones was also frustrated by the media.
Relentless bullying constantly gets to me too. Why? Like, why? Why? If I pick something out on my stream, if I target something, it's because I feel that way. It's never because that's like an underdog or somebody that I want to pick on, you know? It's always somebody like Microsoft who actually has caused me a lot of pain, you know?
And I felt like dirty when people made shit up about me, and I felt gross, like they could say anything and they did.
To the extent that she was happy to see the song's popularity fading.
Here comes the weekend with Blinding Lights. I'm like, good on ya, mate. Marietta's like, oh, it might go back to #1 next week. I'm like, oh no, I want to move on with my life.
It's therefore no surprise she'd state, I don't want to just try to chase that song. I loathe that song a lot of the time. A lot of times I don't want to sing it, instead turning lemons into lemonade with an album called Madhouse, documenting the highs and lows of unexpected fame. The whole ordeal also inspired a weight loss journey.
Here's an exclusive. I've actually just lost 30 kilos.
Leading to positive articles for the first time in a long time. Tones therefore also added this.
After experiencing maybe the biggest high and the biggest low, the highs do outweigh the lows, and now I'm in a place where I see a lot more love.
And now owns the fact that she simply made an awesome song.
I'm so thankful for that song. And I'm so proud of that song, and I'll never not be.
This was good. I liked the story. It was good. I like Sunny V2 despite having different politics and such. Dumbest actress who went broke. Here's the truth about Linus's tech tips. Uh-oh. The truth about Linus's tech tips controversy. Uh-oh. We got some drama.
Bastards, we got so much to
Thank
talk
you,
about today, so I'm just
for
going to
the
hit you with the
excellent content for
monkey
stream.
and dive
Thank you,
in.
Sunny V2, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channels. Sunny V2, thank you so
Was
much
likely
for this great
tainted
video.
by
It
the
was very
song's
good.
other
It was very good. It
problems.
was
Tones
entertaining.
explained her clothing.
Let's skip forward and see what else is going on.
Beautiful bastards, we got so much to talk about today, so I'm just going to hit you with the monkey and dive into it.
This is a news show.
We need to talk about this big Linus Tech Tips update, especially because, you know, I think the most oxygen and the biggest spotlight story, the accusations. And unfortunately, a lot of the time you don't see the reporting later down the road of, you know, was there anything there? What are the updates? You know, in the YouTube world, this is massive news because Linus Tech Tips just released the results of a months-long investigation that found that they didn't have a toxic work environment nor allowed sexual harassment. Also, if you're unfamiliar or this is just not fresh in your brain, let's revisit. Right, so back in August of last year, the LTT channel and the company above it, LMG, were accused by former employee Madison Soup of a ton of wrongdoing. But easily, the main ones were that there was sexual harassment that went unaddressed and ignored, and that the company set her up for failure with poor communication and shifting expectations that were never relayed. With that then causing a massive backlash against Linus and the company promising that an independent investigation would be carried out. And since then, they've been almost completely silent on the issue, with the company also having to juggle other issues that we've discussed on the show in the meantime. But now, the big news is that they've released the general findings of the investigation via a tweet, and if true, they look very good for LMG and LTT. Right, so we learned that the entire thing was conducted by Roper Grayo, which is a large Vancouver-based law firm specializing in labor and employment law, with them conducting a third-party investigation. And that the main takeaway with this is that, in summary, as confirmed by the investigation, the allegations against the team were largely unfounded, misleading, and unfair. The statement also going down more specific allegations made by Madison, such as claims of bullying and harassment not being substantiated, saying allegations that sexual harassment were ignored or not addressed were false, any concerns that were raised were investigated. Furthermore, from reviewing our history, the investigator is confident that if any other concerns had been raised, we would have investigated them. It also goes on to pretty much claim that every one of Madison's claims were false and that the company had made efforts to address her concerns when they were brought up. With really one of the only things on this being a mark against LMG being allegations of process errors and miscommunication while onboarding this individual were partially substantiated, but the investigator found ample documentary evidence of LMG working to rectify the errors and the individual being treated generously and respectfully. When they had questions, they were responded to and addressed. So, you know, with this news, many fans are pretty happy with how everything's played out, saying things like, glad to see this is going well, I just hope some of the fans don't go and harass or bully the employees that made these allegations. So at the same time, there were some concerned about at least one aspect of the statement, with the company writing, at this time we feel our case for a defamation suit would be very strong. However, our deepest wish is to simply put all of this behind us. We hope that will be the case, given the investigators' clear findings that the allegations made online were misrepresentations of what actually occurred, and adding, we will continue to assess if there is persistent reputational damage or further defamation. And so some weren't happy with that statement, saying things like, well, I believe the investigation was thorough and have no reason to doubt that the results of the investigation are correct. I really don't think it was good optics to make any mention of a very strong case for a defamation suit. As well as, I wonder who wrote this and thought it was a good idea to publicly threaten a broke, immature girl with a defamation lawsuit. Would have been better to just sit on these results and not even mention them than to come out and threaten a lawsuit. But there, we also saw people defending the mention and pushing back that LMG shouldn't have mentioned the defamation aspect, saying things like, a lot of people are complaining about the defamation part, but my take, it's fine and should be there. There's a lot of people defaming folks on the internet either for clout or out of misunderstandings, and it's a good thing that people are being reminded that consequences exist. With now all this out there and people reacting to it, I gotta pass the question off to you here. What are your thoughts with all this? Whether it be about the findings of this independent investigation just generally, or the more specific question regarding the mention of a defamation suit. And then, Taylor Swift and the Olympics are fueling fraud. And in fact, we just saw BBC News do a report of how it's happening. Right, and with this, highlighting how this scam warning is coming from UK finance. Because fraud, you know, is an issue at large right now, with UK finance saying last year, consumers lost £86 million trying to buy items that never materialized. And while a lot on its own, that was a 28% increase from 2022. When it comes to Taylor Swift specifically, the BBC noted that Lloyds Bank previously said that fans had lost £1 million trying to see the UK leg of the show. And I mean, that's so far. That doesn't even start until next month. With the bank reporting that it's had 600 customers come forward so far about all this cash they've lost from the Eras Tour fraud, and most of the scams started on Facebook. And you have the BBC estimating that if other banks have similar figures, there have been at least 3,000 victims in the UK alone. Though notably, I do want to say, when it comes to concert ticket news, it's not all doom and gloom. Because we got a major update here in the States, with the Department of Justice now officially telling Live Nation to go fuck itself. Although, to be fair, they they didn't use that language. Instead, you know how last month we talked about the very likely possibility that the DOJ was going to take legal action? Well, now it's
tickets
official,
might get
as the
cheaper
department,
again.
alongside over 2
Oh,
dozen
thank
states,
God.
sued Live Nation and Ticketmaster today.
Oh,
The
thank
DOJ is
God.
using them
Oh, thank God. Shut down all those frickin' motherfuckers. Get them out of here. I want to go back to watching live shows again. I'll travel 2 hours to do it. I want to go back to live shows for like $40, you know? I would see so many bands. I miss live shows. They just started charging $150 for it. It's so stupid. That's like triple what it's worth. Like, you can't really put a cost on seeing your favorite band or whatever, but it's still triple what it's worth. I mean, nobody has, like, even rich people don't really have $200 for fucking tickets. That's kind of crazy, actually. I mean, they do, but it's just like they're the only ones. They're going to
other
bust
unlawful
Ticketmaster.
conduct
That's
that thwarts
good.
competition in
That's
markets
good.
across the live entertainment industry. And the DOJ is saying that fans here in the U.S. are deprived of ticketing innovation and forced to use outdated technology while paying more for tickets than fans in other countries. Right, noting that Live Nation's reign of terror impacts artists and venues as well. And among the specific accusations, you have claims that Live Nation uses retaliation and threats against venues and competitors that try to get in its way. And claim it uses long-term exclusive contracts with venues to prevent them from using rival ticketers or more than one ticketing option. Also, among the claims, you have the DOJ saying that it exploits its relationship with a firm called Oakview Group, which it notably describes as a potential competitor turned partner that has described itself as a hammer and protector for Live Nation. And one of the biggest things here is, as expected, this suit is seeking to break up Live Nation. But also, on a more surprising note, it's seeking a jury trial. Now, for their part, Live Nation slamming the lawsuit, putting out a statement today saying, the DOJ's lawsuit won't solve the issues fans care about relating to ticket prices, service fees, and access to in-demand shows. Calling Ticketmaster a monopoly may be a PR win for the DOJ in the short term, but it will lose in court because it ignores the basic economics of live entertainment. But as far as if that turns out to be true, we're gonna have to wait to see how this plays out. And then, in national news that I don't really know how to feel about yet, for the first time on record, there are now more daily pot smokers than daily drinkers in the States. Right now, study using highly reputable survey data published yesterday, with it finding that in 1992,
Marijuana's the new tobacco, and it should be. It's got, like, there's 6 million unknown carcinogens in tobacco. There's, like, none in marijuana, you know? We know what marijuana does.
Every day or nearly every day, or compared to about 9 million who drink alcohol daily. But by 2022, while the number of alcohol went up to nearly 15 million, daily cannabis use exploded to almost 18 million. Notably, daily use and general use, the numbers get different, where alcohol is still consumed more extensively than cannabis. With only, it's still a lot of people, 62 million saying, you know, they've partaken in marijuana over the last year compared to 177 million for alcohol. But the new data does show that cannabis is consumed more intensively. The study's author explaining to the AP, a good 40% of people are using it daily or near daily, a pattern that is more associated with tobacco use than typical alcohol use. Because for alcohol use, that number is just 11%. Right? And these numbers are concerning to a number of doctors who warn that high-frequency use is more likely to lead to addiction. And with that, the CDC estimating that around a third of cannabis users already have cannabis use disorder. You know, with these numbers and some of the concerns, I'm especially interested whether you're sober, you drink, you smoke, you do whatever. What are your thoughts here? And then, Japan wants tourists to stop causing problems. Right, and this isn't fully new news. We've talked about this before. In fact, tons of places worldwide have been enforcing new measures to get tourists to either leave or go the fuck out. And often, out-of-towners just generally get in the way of locals trying to live their life. Like Kyoto banning tourists from parts of the geisha district because people kept misbehaving. And now we're seeing other actions like a town in Japan that had a stunning view of Mount Fuji from one of its convenience stores. Right, it's so popular that tourists often flock there to get some good old-fashioned Insta pics. Although I should say that store had a stunning view of Mount Fuji, because the town actually just finished putting up black screens blocking the view to deter tourists from heading to that photo spot. With the AP reporting that people in the town were annoyed that visitors just kept blocking the sidewalk, getting into traffic on busy roads, sometimes even going onto people's properties just to get a good pic. And so while you had some locals telling Reuters that they like people coming to their town, there's just a limit, and especially saying that safety has to be accounted for. And this is here the outlet noting that this comes as tourism in Japan has skyrocketed lately. And specifically, the Washington Post even saying that the current surge is pushing Japan's world-famous hospitality to the brink. But this in part to just how crowded it is, as well as issues like tourist littering and causing other problems. Which, I mean, just having been there, the littering alone would make people go crazy because it's so fucking clean there. Like, there were times I was walking around and everything was so clean, I was like, do I live in a third world country? But then on top of like the normal tourist stuff, we've also recently seen streamers and YouTubers under fire for going to the country just to be a nuisance. But you having people like Johnny Somali, for example, who Business Insider reports has been arrested twice in Japan for trespassing and for disrupting business at a restaurant. There have also been other instances like where a YouTuber went viral and faced backlash for using Japan's public transit without paying. And actually with this, one of the biggest voices now speaking on it is PewDiePie as well. He's still a massive creator. He lives in Japan now, and he just put out a video saying that YouTubers are ruining the country. With that, saying that all of it started back with Logan Paul, and it's kind of turned into this infestation, showing examples of tourism issues and nuisance streamers and saying,
it is really frustrating because like this bad behavior that's just done in public a lot of times. Not saying the whole world is like terrible, but you know, Japan is generally seen as more polite, and therefore people want to protect that.
Right, and noting that YouTubers especially are trying to get outraged for the consequences about their day.
I think because it's Japan, everyone is so nice. People like assume it's okay to take advantage of something. Like, they have this idea that, oh, no one's gonna tell me off, so it's okay.
Yeah, dumbasses. Yeah. They're the ones that are like, oh, I can do whatever I want. They're so nice.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's something inherently actually racist about that.
The thing is, as these instances become all that more common, they will get handled one way or another, either by local legal means, the platforms in general, or the audiences at large. Though I would argue that especially in recent years, there's been this emergence of audience that just loves nuisance streamers, loving the Wild West, what the fuck aspect of it, and not thinking about the actual impact to what's happening in those streams. So because those creators often have different, shittier audiences, I don't think there's really any amount of outrage or shame that impacts this aside from platforms doing something or something being done legally, right? Like with local or national laws and the enforcement of those. And then, you know, I am a sucker for good packaging. Not gonna lie. You know, most of you know by now, I'm a huge fan of Liquid IV. You know, because it has 3 times the electrolytes you get from the leading sports drinks, which is what I need for my workouts to keep me hydrated. But also, at the moment, I'm digging the brand refresh for a fantastic sponsor, Liquid IV. Like, check out this new vibrant packaging, which I know, like, this is not the main selling point, but seriously, nice job on the rebrand Liquid IV. I love the vivid pops of color, the imagery, the ease of identifying the flavor on the packets. The fruit on the package, it looks just like it tastes to me. Personally, I've been leaning into Liquid IV's sugar-free flavors because they're refreshing, taste great, and zero sugar, zero artificial sweeteners. But basically, the hydration multiplier sugar-free packs can meet your sweet cravings without the sugar, and most importantly, it keeps you hydrated. Same as before, just tear, pour, shake, and drink. And whether you're running errands, running marathons, attending festivals, or just beaching it, hydrate on the go with their hydration multiplier sugar-free packs. Especially because for a limited time only, you can use my discount code DeFranco by May 27th to get 25% off your order. Just click the link below and use code DeFranco. And then, I saw this take about this news we have to cover that was like, oh, Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito is in some boiling hot water. And I was just left going, really? Boiling hot? What? That's a jacuzzi. Alito's just chilling. He's one of the 9 most powerful judges in the country, a lifetime appointee. And if you've got Justice Clarence Thomas just openly having sugar daddies, and he's not recusing himself with stuff that involves his wife and the effort to overturn the 2020 election, like, no, we should and can talk about any and all of these situations that we see play out with the Supreme Court. But to act like any meaningful action will ever really be taken, it's a little bit silly at this point. It doesn't take into account where we are politically in 2024. But let's talk about it, because Alito has been facing a ton of backlash since last week when the New York Times reported that an upside-down American flag, a symbol of the Stop and Steal movement, had been flown outside his house in the days after the insurrection. Right? And that's significant not only because of what it symbolizes, but because Supreme Court justices are supposed to remain independent and avoid political statements or displays on matters that could come before them. Now, Alito, for his part, responded like a lot of husbands do when they don't want to deal with some stuff. He blamed his wife, for him that's Martha Ann Alito, and telling the Times, I had no involvement whatsoever in the flying of the flag. It was briefly placed by Mrs. Alito in response to a neighbor's use of objectionable and personally insulting language on yard signs. The source is interviewed by the outlet saying that Martha Ann had been in an ongoing clash with a family on the block who displayed an anti-Trump sign on their lawn, but saying because of the timing, the neighbors had interpreted the inverted flag as a political statement by the couple. And you know, with this, you had numerous judicial experts saying that the move was a clear violation of ethics rules and raised concerns about Alito's ability to be impartial in cases involving the election in January 6th. You know, that could be super significant because the court is set to rule on 2 major insurrection-related cases in the coming weeks. I mean, one of those is literally whether Trump has immunity from criminal prosecution for efforts to overturn the 2020 election. You know, that little low-stakes thing, which is why we've seen tons of people going after Alito, with many Democrats calling on him to recuse himself and some conservatives even criticizing him. I mean, even Lindsey fucking Graham said the actions were not good judgment. And now that backlash has actually gotten even louder, because the reason we're talking about this today is that the Times reported yesterday that another flag associated with January 6th and Trump was flown outside another one of his houses last summer. The 3 pictures obtained by the outlets and accounts from nearly half a dozen people revealing that an Appeal to Heaven flag was brandished at the Alito's Long Beach Island home in July and September of 2023, with also a Google Street View image from last August showing the flag up, with the Times explaining while the flag originally dates back to the Revolutionary War, more recently it's become a symbol of support for former President Donald J. Trump for a religious strand of the Stop the Steal campaign and for a push to remake American government in Christian terms. And very notably here, that flag, which has been embraced by Christian nationalists, was also carried by a number of insurrectionists and featured prominently on January 6th. And notably with that, as of recording, neither Alito nor the court have responded to the revelations about the second flag, with people wondering, is he going to try to blame Martha again, or say it's not supposed to be connected to that, it's the other thing? You know, as a result, we've seen tons of people renewing their calls for Alito to recuse himself from the January 6th cases. With this again, including top Democrats like Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, who wrote on X, did another neighbor make Alito's wife mad? How many MAGA battle flags does Alito need to fly for the court or judicial conference to see there's a problem? But also, some have gone even further, saying that more needs to be done than just recusal, with the likes of Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez telling MSNBC.
Samuel Alito has identified himself with the same people who raided the Capitol on January 6th and is now going to be presiding over court cases that have deep implications over the participants of that rally. And while this is the threat to our democracy, Democrats have a responsibility for defending our democracy. And in the Senate, we have gatherings. There should be subpoenas going out. There should be active investigations that are happening.
But as far as whether any of that is going to materialize, we'll have to wait and watch. But as I made abundantly clear at the top of this, I don't really think that with the state of things that the people are held accountable. That it's purely a numbers game, a power grab or power enforcement. But hey, every now and then I am wrong. It sometimes does happen. So we'll have to wait to see not only what happens, but if Alito responds, as well as does the court respond, and what is it? And then, y'all, this is insane. It just feels like nothing can just be good. There's always someone or something fucking everything, right? And I'm saying that today because remember how we talked about the VA benefits for burn pit victims? Well, according to a new report, there are allegations that a handful of wealthy corporations are illegally siphoning off that money for themselves. Which, for those of you that missed that news because your life does not revolve around this show, how fucking dare you? The U.S. military used to burn all its trash from bases abroad in giant pits with jet fuel, which you think was obviously a bad thing, and it was. It would smother nearby service members in toxic fumes that caused a long list of medical conditions, especially cancer and respiratory issues. So in 2022, Biden signed the ACT Act, vastly expanding benefits to victims of burn pits and other toxic exposure. And the big news this week was that on Tuesday, he announced that over 1 million claims have been approved so far under the new law. Now, usually that means one of two things. Either one, the vet applied for benefits all on their own, or two, they got help from a veteran service organization, or VSO. Like, for example, Veterans of Foreign Wars or Disabled American Veterans, to pick 2 well-known examples. With those being nonprofit groups that have been officially accredited by the VA since the 1950s and are required by law to provide assistance free of charge for initial claims. So now there's also a new group of cases offering to do the same exact thing for a hefty price tag and with none of the certification, with the Washington Post actually identifying as many as 100 unaccredited for-profit companies that make hundreds of millions of dollars helping veterans apply, ranging anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000. And their clients signing contracts that bind them to pay a one-time fee equal to 5 times their new monthly disability payment or increase, which is wild because literally a federal law prohibits exactly that. But notably, back in 2006, Congress removed criminal penalties for that law, effectively defanging it. And either way, these companies also argue they're just basically doing educational or consultant work, with their clients ultimately submitting their own claims, so they're not actually breaking the law. But that argument seems to be contradicted by the industry's own advertising, which pitches their services as a substitute for the traditional VSOs, promising a higher chance of approval and accusing both the VSOs and the VA of failing to meet veterans' needs. And to be fair there, they've kind of got a point. The VA has long been been criticized for putting vets through a bureaucratic slog, delaying the process and ultimately denying legitimate claims, all of which the Biden administration has tried to improve, and it's had some success. But like we talked about, the approval rate for PACT Act-related claims reaching an impressive 75% now. But in its effort to speed up the process and expand outreach, the VA has found itself straining to accommodate all the new claims. Or even after bringing on over 11,000 new employees to deal with the workload, it's still struggling. With officials also telling the Post that training fell short and the staff have worked mandatory overtime most months. Also, the training manual for toxic exposure cases has been revised multiple times, causing delays and inaccurate decisions. None of which is helped by the fact that the agency still relies on an outdated processing system requiring manual work. So as of April, there was a backlog of more than 300,000. We've seen at least one Gulf War vet from the for-profit company that he hired a positive review, with him saying that he paid him $5,000 and got his disability rating boosted from 30% to 90%, and adding that they did more for me in 6 months than I did in 18 years. But notably, this as others are much less grateful for the service that they receive. For example, one saying it looks like they're throwing you a lifeline when they're just taking advantage of you. We also have current and former employees from the companies themselves accusing them of prioritizing profits and volume over actually helping vets, saying they make unrealistic promises and devote minimal time to individual cases. With one former coach who quit due to ethical concerns explaining, "I was charging veterans $20,000 who I potentially spent 45 minutes on the phone with," even calling his former employer a veteran mill that outsources most contacts to contract employees in the Philippines. Also, some vets have alleged that these companies have harassed them for payment even when they settled their bills and decided to file claims on their own, which is also why it's not shocking that many have sued these companies, alleging they charged excessive fees and used deceptive trade practices, with notably law firms, accredited claims agents, and even the Texas Attorney General joining them in the courtroom. And now you also have the VA saying it's opened investigations into almost 40 unaccredited companies since October of 2022, with it also sending cease and desist letters to about 2 dozen of them. And we've even seen New York, New Jersey, and Maine banning or restricting for-profit claims companies, and similar bills are pending in at least 5 other states. And a very big thing is that on the federal level, lawmakers have actually introduced a bipartisan bill with backing from 44 state attorneys generals last year to restore the Justice Department's authority to seek criminal charges against the firm. The very key thing there is that within months, the industry then formed a trade group led by Trump's former acting VA secretary, that immediately dishing out campaign contributions and sending an army of lobbyists to Washington, which apparently worked because the bill has not yet come up for a vote thanks to some key GOP lawmakers. In fact, what we're seeing is they're now trying to push policy in the opposite direction, with Republicans introducing a bill last year that would create a pathway to accreditation for the industry and capping fees there at $12,500 for each claim. But in the meantime, vets are losing their hard-earned benefits not only to these corporations, but also to scammers. In fact, from 2015 to 2019, the FTC got over 160,000 fraud reports from vets, with the median loss for veterans from fraud standing at 44% higher than other civilians. And this is part of the reason why I feel so defensive and fucking infuriated for our vets. Because put your fucking political beliefs to the side. This is one of the most exploited fucking groups in our country. They go off to fight how many pointless wars for politicians back home. They risk their lives. They get injured, traumatized, poisoned on their own fucking bases. And then they come home and they get stiffed by a stingy government bureaucracy. The government that fucking loves them so much. As if that wasn't enough, they get exploited by vampire capitalism and victimized by criminals. And it's all just equal parts infuriating and heartbreaking. And then I've got more news for you in just a second, but I gotta ask, have you ever heard the term stock where you shop? It's basically the long-term investing version of voting with your dollars. Buy a burrito at Chipotle, own Chipotle stock. Subscribe to Spotify, own Spotify stock. No, you get the gist. And thanks to our fantastic sponsor, Griffin, you too can passively invest in the brands you use daily. Griffin is the amazingly beautiful app that turns everyday spending into targeted investment. From Disney to McDonald's, all the places that I spend with become part of a daily investing practice for the long term. And whether you're a seasoned investor, never bought stock in your life, or somewhere in between, Griffin lets you stock where you shop without lifting a finger. It's fully customizable. You link the cards you use most, turn off companies you don't like, you set a weekly limit, and you start with just $1 at a time. Deposits are aggregated weekly and transferred to your investment account. Griffins Adaptive Investing is a first-of-its-kind technology that can personalize your investment based on your everyday journey. So head to griffindefranco.com today and use code PHILD5 for $5 towards your new financially savvy habit around daily spending. And no need to time the market or pick and choose stocks. Create a portfolio that uniquely aligns with your life at griffindefranco.com or scan the code on screen. And then, so Biden might not be on the ballot in Ohio, with now Ohio's Republican Secretary of State Frank LaRose writing on X. As it stands today, the Democratic Party's presidential nominee will not be on the Ohio ballot. With that, going to a conflict between the Democratic Party and state law. Right? And what he's talking about here is a law that requires political parties to certify presidential candidates 90 days before the election, which is August 7th of this year. But the party isn't actually set to officially nominate him until the Democratic National Convention, which doesn't take place until August 19th to the 22nd. Now, very notably here, this is actually a super minor procedural issue that's not at all uncommon and usually resolved very easily. I mean, Washington and Alabama also face similar deadline problems this year, but both managed to address them, with Washington officials agreeing to accept a provisional certification, while Alabama's legislature extended their state's deadline to March 12th. In fact, Ohio itself has even passed extensions to the state deadline when it ran up against conventions in 2012 and 2020. And in fact, earlier this month, the state Senate passed legislation that would do the same this election. But this week, Republican House Speaker Jason Stevens told reporters that the GOP-controlled chamber wouldn't be passing the legislation, saying there's just not the will to do that from the legislature, and adding it's a hyper-political environment at this time of year, and there are some Republicans who just didn't want to vote on it, and there were some who did want to. I think there are other alternatives to it, so why create a stir that's not necessary? But notably there, Republicans have also shot down the other alternatives to keep Biden on the ballot. Right, Democrats had attempted to resolve the issue with a provisional certification like Washington State did, but LaRose rejected that, with him citing an opinion from the state's Attorney General, shocker, also a Republican, who said that there isn't anything in Ohio law that would permit that move. Beyond that, the legislature could technically pass an emergency law, but that would also require a 2/3 vote in both houses, which is highly unlikely. So basically, the only option LaRose has given them is for the Democratic Party to move their whole entire convention just to accommodate Ohio. Or rather, more specifically, just to accommodate Ohio Republicans. With the secretary writing in a letter to the chair of the Ohio Dems saying that unless the party complied with the deadline, he would instruct boards of election to begin preparing ballots that do not include the Democratic Party's nominees. So with that said, there is a third thing that Dems could do. They could just sue his ass, and sources are actually saying that Biden is considering taking that step. But importantly there, a lawsuit would likely result in a long, drawn-out legal battle that could take months to resolve. And then we've got a slew of big international news. When I say big, I mean that in two ways. Starting with the fact that China has surrounded Taiwan in what it's calling a strong punishment, where these 2 days of military exercises are in retaliation for what they called separatist activities because of Taiwan's elections earlier this year, and the new president calling on China to stop intimidating them and recognize their democracy. So you have China saying that those supporting independence for Taiwan will be left with, quote, heads broken and blood flowing. And notably, while China believes that declaring independence is something Taiwan could do, it doesn't have to, and it won't, because the reality is that Taiwan is already its own country. It is nothing to declare independence from. Right? And this is these Chinese drills are simulating a full-scale armed invasion and a blockade of Taiwan, because Taiwan says that China is undermining regional peace, adding they don't seek conflict, but if China wants to fight, we'll fight. With unsurprisingly, the U.S. condemning the Chinese aggression, and Japan and the U.S. expected to defend Taiwan in the event of an invasion, at least under the current leadership, and they've built a coalition that may include the majority of the West and the majority of China's neighbors. Then we've also got Kenya now being the U.S.'s newest major ally, with them notably being the first sub-Saharan nation to receive the designation of non-NATO major ally, and they're actually the 20th nation to get it. So this will allow them to obtain better weapons and have closer security cooperation, though some have asked why is this happening? Well, Kenya has been a key part of American counterterrorism forces in East Africa. They're also part of the Ukrainian Defense Contact Group and have deployed police officers to Haiti. This will actually be Biden's third formal ally behind Qatar and Colombia. And Kenya will also be the fourth African nation to become a major U.S. ally alongside Morocco, Tunisia, and Egypt. But then, as promised, the other kind of big international news, man has been fined for trying to body slam an orca whale. Right, so the New Zealand government is calling this a body slam, though in some of the team's expert analysis, they think it's more of a belly flop or a flying body press. Where the killer whale was swimming near his boat when he then jumped off the boat at them. And if he tried to body slam the whale, that means picking up the whale and slamming it. We're getting into the semantics. Just saying, words matter. But anyways, the main thing is that the authorities aren't pleased, saying that it's them genuinely saying that it's stupid behavior and demonstrates a shocking disregard for the welfare of the orca. And in New Zealand, they try to avoid these situations. I mean, flying body presses are obviously a bad idea, but it's also illegal to swim with orcas there, which is also why he's already been fined $365. So with that amount, it sounds more like a price of admission rather than an actual penalty. And then there's a big question right now about just how fucking hot it's gonna get this summer. Because do you remember just how hot last summer was? I mean, 2023 was overall the hottest year on record, and it wasn't even close. We saw insane heat waves all over the globe, as well as tragic and often historic levels of heat-related deaths. So after all that, you might think, hey, this summer we deserve a little break, a little reprieve from the boiling temperatures, right? Well, like with most things on this show, things are not looking too good. Because this last April was just the hottest April on record for Earth, with one scientist even saying that this whole year has a 66% chance of being the hottest one of all time. And we've already got reports warning that this summer specifically will at the very least be brutal, if not potentially record-breaking. With, for example, the Washington Post explaining that high temperatures will be driven by a likely switch from El Nino to La Nina in the latter half of the summer. And even though La Nina does have a slight cooling effect on the planet, it can turn up the summer heat in the U.S., especially as climate change has also pumped up temperatures. With it reported that some areas of the country will also experience dry weather and, as a result, likely droughts. And while you had one one meteorologist talking to Axios questioning if this is definitely going to be the hottest summer ever. Even he noted that it is still probably going to be insanely warm, and we need to be prepared for that, which is why we have a lot of organizations introducing new tools to try to handle this. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, for example, just recently partnered with the CDC to expand its experimental heat risk tool that gives information and guidance to those vulnerable to extreme weather and who need to take extra precautions. Right, that's meant to give people a bigger picture of the weather in their area by using a scale to show the health risks associated with the heat, humidity, and more. It's also meant to help them determine what kind of outdoor activities are safe or if certain medical conditions might make them more at risk. But Kimberly McMahon of the National Weather Service telling the LA Times that it's not just for people who might be sensitive to heat waves. Right? It's for everyone, including local officials and community organizers who can use it to decide if they want to open cooling centers or disperse water to those who need it. And those cooling centers, they're a big focus in a lot of places like Arizona, for example, which saw relentless heat last year. I mean, y'all, literally nearly 650 people died from heat-related issues in just Maricopa County, with many condemning the government for having such a slow response. And so this year, Maricopa County's expanding access to cooling centers, increasing their hours, and many people have already used these services. You also had, for example, Bloomberg doing a report on how small businesses are navigating all this, because heat can really take an unexpected toll on them. Right? When it's hot, people don't want to go out as much, they don't want to do anything, they don't want to window shop and meander around town. It's also just more expensive to operate a business during the summer, with, for example, the outlet speaking to the owner of an ice cream and lobster roll shack in Maine whose electric bills skyrocketed when it's hot. And on top of all that, in order to prepare for the heat and hopefully make sure people still want to come into the shop, he's spending $25,000 on heat pump kits. And this is a lot of restaurants are going to be shelling out money that they don't have on similar cooling measures. I mean, it's to the point where some think that the government needs to step in and offer more help to these businesses that have increased expenses as a result of heat waves. Because I need you to understand, it's not just ice cream shops being affected. The consequences of what we're talking about, they're massive, right? Bloomberg noted that the 2023 heat wave in Texas, it cost the state's economy nearly $10 billion. And of course, this isn't just a problem for the United States, right? These sweltering temperatures have been an issue around the globe. I mean, Europe's 2023 was a scorcher, and the continent largely is not built for such warm weather. And obviously, plenty of countries and cities are going to be taking measures to mitigate the harm from heat, some turning to air conditioning and strengthening their power systems, increasingly using solar and wind power for electricity. We have cities like Barcelona weighing more creative options for a few years, like painting the roofs of buildings white to cut down the heat. But of all the cities in Europe, when it comes to this summer, most eyes are on Paris right now, which makes sense. They're going to be hosting a little event called the Olympics. You have places like NBC News noting that usually locals in the city, they have a solution to dealing with heat waves in the late summer. Get the fuck out of Dodge and go somewhere else. But the city's obviously going to have a metric fuck ton of people there this year. And so there are already major concerns, with one of the biggest being that the athletes' village isn't going to have air conditioning. And even though most Americans, including myself, hear that and we're like, so did they just die? The organizers there have maintained that they still have a thorough plan for keeping athletes cool. With one speaking to Reuters saying, we designed these buildings so that there would be comfortable places to live in the summer in 2024 and later on, and we don't need air conditioning in these buildings because we oriented the facades so they wouldn't get too much sun during the summer, and the facades, the insulation is really efficient. With them adding that they're using naturally cool underground water to cool the air of the apartment. The city also saying that it wanted to prioritize environmentally friendly options whenever it could in its Olympic efforts. And organizers have actually tested this more sustainable cooling option, with NBC Sports doing a report saying they studied the area's temperatures block by block. Though this, as some countries have remained skeptical, and they're preparing to do a bring your own AC situation if the weather gets really hot. Though also a conversation and question that's popped up because of this connected to the Olympics is the place, I mean the time. With people wondering if it makes long-term sense for the Olympics to be in late July and August, right? At least in a city along a latitude similar to Paris. But that is a specific problem for another time, and of course with the heat situation in general, I'd love to know your thoughts here. What have your recent experiences been? What are your new concerns? Anything and everything, leave in those comments down below. But that is where your final PDS for the week is gonna end. But hold in your tears. Gonna get through this. Because of course, as always, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here.
Thank you, Gamers Nexus.
Flooded the market.
I'd like to sub to your channel. Thank you, Philip DeFranco. I'd like to sub to your channel.
What's up, you beautiful bastards? We got so much to...
NVIDIA has flooded the market. 11 of the first 16 GPUs on Newegg are NVIDIA GeForce cards. On Amazon, page 1 of the computer graphics card category shows 24 NVIDIA. At Micro Center, 77% of the first 96 GPUs listed are all NVIDIA. At Best Buy, there's more AMD representation up front, but the suggested GPU filters on the left are exclusively for the NVIDIA 40 series. Even Walmart has NVIDIA GPUs in 25 of its first page slots versus just 2 for AMD. 2. And most recently, AMD's own earnings report declared a 48% decline in its gaming-related segment sales,
AMD has
including
always
Radeon
sucked.
graphics. And so we
AMD
come
has
back to
always
that intro,
sucked.
which is that it feels like NVIDIA has flooded the market. And this is a feeling we've had for a while now, but we wanted to try and put some fact-based research behind it to see if it was just a bias from exposure or if that's actually true. And there's some obvious factors in there, like market share, but there's a lot of interesting data we could dig through to try and understand the grander strategy of both AMD and NVIDIA and do something different for us, which is ignore the performance and look at a whole lot of other numbers instead. Today we'll be talking about these charts we've painstakingly put together showing NVIDIA's launch cadence and the embattlement between AMD and NVIDIA. We'll also talk about the implications it has on AMD and Intel in the consumer GPU market. And because some of this is getting into sort of the marketing psychology, it's an imperfect of data. But we think there's enough here to try and better understand the story of what's happened in the GPU market. Before that, this video is brought to you by Thermal Grizzly and the CryoSheet graphene pads. CryoSheet pads are made to be easily applicable for a thermal interface and completely avoid paste dryout.
Ooh,
because
look.
it's not paste. It makes them particularly useful for long service life systems with minimal maintenance. They come in multiple sizes for suitability on the most common laptops and desktop CPUs, and you can learn more at the Thermal Grizzly Cryo Sheets at the link in the description below. NVIDIA is stuffing the market with SKU upon SKU of video cards to the point that retailers, it seems like, almost have to try to put AMD up there in any kind of balanced way with NVIDIA. And with retailers, a lot of money exchanges hands too to get those top slots. That's a whole different story for another time. And Intel obviously doesn't show up that much. Intel only really has one generation right now, whereas AMD's been there for, well, as long as it's been relevant, at least anytime recently. First, let's just see if the feeling that NVIDIA is more prevalent is valid beyond the obvious of market share. According to the Video Cards GPU database, there are 1,091 different partner cards for the NVIDIA GeForce 40 series alone versus a measly 162 variants for the AMD Radeon 7000 series. Even allowing for cataloging error or missing a couple, that gulf is massive. NVIDIA's 30 series had an even crazier 1,489 models versus 335 for AMD 6000 series. Now, a few of the entries on both sides are marked as having never launched. There's a couple that are kind of duplicates. There's a lot of them that are very small deviations in clock spec, for example. So the real number might be a little bit lower, but the fundamental point remains, which is that despite how many actual GPU SKUs exist, NVIDIA clearly has more partner presence. It's inarguable, it's just fact. The only thing that's up for debate is maybe the specific number. And that means it can flood the retail listings, even if it were to have fewer generational SKUs. We're going to use the phrase self-fulfilling prophecy a lot in this piece because that's what this is. They sell more. It makes sense that partners would make more versions of the card that sells more. They can segment it more. They can try to add different features to compete with the other partners who are flooding the market in their own way. But even beyond this, there's just something about NVIDIA's presence in the market and in the PC space in particular for DIY where it makes it feel like NVIDIA is involved at every step of the way. And media is a part of that, which means that we have unique insights to it. We're part of the media covering NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, and everyone else. So we decided to collate every embargo we could remember for both AMD and NVIDIA for its most recent GPU launch. We went through emails, pulled all the official press correspondence, the sort of special advance emails we get about a new product coming out, and we pulled out the release dates and the embargo dates. We're not sure if we got every single one, but after scouring the inbox, this is what we came up with. NVIDIA had about 19 separate embargoes for its RTX 40 launches, depending on how you count the canceled embargoes and the unlaunched video card. These 19 or so embargoes surrounded 9 products. So again, AMD had about 10 embargoes, 9 without the GRE, and 8 if you ignore the canceled 7600 unboxing embargo. These 8 to 10 surround 7 products, or in other words, as a ratio, NVIDIA averaged 2.1 news or review embargoes per product, while AMD averaged between 1.14 and 1.4 per product. None of this is inherently evil or untoward, but it does tell us about the strategy of the two companies, where NVIDIA has clearly determined that whether or not the world agrees with it, its information is interesting enough that it can disseminate it across a longer time scale across just as many or pretty close to as many products. And it does so carefully enough that it's able to warrant additional separate releases of information. Now, this is key because in media, for us to even consider a secondary embargo for a similar product, there has to be something significant. So again, even without the partner embargoes, NVIDIA is slowing its outflow of information to spread over multiple events and span a longer length of time. AMD seems to more regularly combine multiple products or announcements into one embargo. You can see that in our table. This is a key strategic difference. And so by spanning a longer stretch of time, NVIDIA is able to get reach exposure and build familiarity with the brand and with that new generation of products. And this is important because the familiarity is a key marketing play that kind of gets at the roots of human psychology. Now, we're not psychologists, but one part of this is called the mere exposure effect. In general terms, the more a person is exposed to something, the more familiar they are with it. Makes sense? What's interesting is it also suggests that the more they like it. The Wikipedia entry says, quote, "In the advertising world, the mere exposure effect suggests that consumers need not think about advertisements. Simple repetition is enough to make a memory trace in the consumer's mind and unconsciously affect their consuming behavior," unquote. So it does seem like the mere exposure effect is a thing that can be leveraged in selling a product. And in this capacity, NVIDIA is targeting that angle of marketing. But that exposure goes beyond the news cycle, and it does become sort of a perpetual motion machine. For starters, there are literally just more NVIDIA cards out there in use. The Steam hardware survey isn't the perfect data tool, nothing is, but it's useful for this. Adding together the percent share of the top 10 DX12 GPUs from each NVIDIA and AMD gives us 36% for NVIDIA and only 6% for AMD. Zooming out to the entire data set puts NVIDIA at about 77% market share and AMD at about 16%. If you don't like Steam hardware survey, there's also John Petty Research, or JPR, which recently had NVIDIA 80% market share for DGPUs in Q2 of 2023 and AMD at 17%. No matter which way you count it, the ratio is extremely in NVIDIA's favor. And this phenomenon of more exposure in general doesn't exist only on YouTube and Steam, of course, because you also see it at places like retailers. Most customers buy NVIDIA cards in general, which naturally makes the retailer stock more of what customers want, whether they're digital or physical. This leads to reinforcing the purchasing bias. If an undecided or uninformed customer walks into a store or goes online to buy a GPU, and they see a wall of green boxes but only a few red ones, there's going to be a higher chance of them actually buying an NVIDIA card instead of an AMD one. That could be as simple as the literal probability in a random die roll, or something deeper, like increased trust in the more prevalent brand. Maybe they've had a good or a bad experience with one. But either way, there's more NVIDIA boxes. That plays in NVIDIA's favor. This is also contributed to by that huge difference in partner models we saw. So some of this stuff is sort of the obvious, well, bigger company gets bigger, not really a surprise in the way the system works. But there is more to it than the psychology of exposure and visibility. The next section we're getting into is some hard data. So this section will roughly count the GPU launches and note the prices. We're going back to about 2009, 2010 era. We're going to be talking just gaming GPUs in almost all of these charts. There's one chart that has Titans in here as well, along with AMD's, then super high-end, maybe not gaming card. But for the most part, we're looking at just gaming. Consider this kind of chunk as us defining a methodology, just like we would have tested methodology. We have to define how we chose data, because if you look at it, there are thousands of video card SKUs, including partner models and everything, over the last 14 years or so. And even if you just look at the actual literal GPU, there's probably in the hundreds of them. And so we had to narrow it down. So we went all the way back to NVIDIA GeForce 400 series. We looked at the then freshly acquired ATI AMD Radeon HD 6000 series as well. And this is tough to count because there's so many qualifiers and small re-releases, refreshes, things like that. So imposing some rules and being open that it's impossible to do this perfectly or in a scientifically controlled controlled by like a benchmark, we have some judgment calls. First, the question of what constitutes a gaming GPU, or what constitutes a series. For this, we only counted GPUs that we consider to be a worldwide launch. That would include North America. We're in this market, so selfishly it gave us a good anchor point. That means we are not counting China-only launches, like the RTX 4090D, for example, the GTX 1065 gigabyte. That was for the sort of PC cafe market. We ignored OEM-exclusive variants as well, whether or not they were in North America. That also includes ignoring alternate die versions of the same named video card when the specs were cut down to the same level as the original. We compiled this from multiple sources. We used Tech PowerUp's GPU database, Wikipedia, video cards, and various written media articles for some of the information on legacy products that's more sparse. Despite the multiple days of time it took to put all this together, it's possible that a couple of the data points are off by a little bit. We mostly stuck with Tech PowerUp and Wikipedia to give us 2 data points for everything to just vet it at least once, and that should help keep things somewhat consistent. We're happy with this all together. It was a hell of a process. It took Jeremy days of work to put this together. But being transparent, this is something that can't be done in a perfect way. So anyway, let's dive into it. Here's the first table. We have the name of each generation, how many cards it had, both with and without Titans, and the dates of the first and last GPU launches of the generation. We used those dates to calculate the duration of each generation, which is between the first to last launch within one generation. We also counted the time between generations, which is between the first launch of the generation to the first launch of the following generation. Remember that we're ignoring certain devices, so again, the 1065 gigabyte isn't in here. Starting with NVIDIA, the duration of generations has gone up over time, with the most extreme examples due to late releases and stragglers after the next generation has already launched.
Damn it.
The GeForce 20 and 16 series, which we bundled together due to coexisting at the same time, being the same base architecture, spanned a staggering 45 months. The latest edition was the GTX 1630 in June of 2022, an absolute garbage GPU that launched to zero acclaim and left a sad scorch mark at the end of the GTX lineage. But ignoring that card, some quick and interesting points. The GTX 900 series was abnormally low on card count, at 6 to 7, depending on how you count them. It lasted 17 months. The last 17-month series was the thermally plagued GTX 400 Fermi lineup. The GTX 600 series had 13 cards, but lasted even shorter than the 900 series. The RTX 30 and 20 series lasted the longest to date, even if you take the 16 series out. The generation-to-generation gap has slowly increased with time across what we've plotted here. This chart shows each GPU release per generation. The x-axis is time, and the y-axis only serves to separate the generation into its own row. This makes it really easy to see how NVIDIA clustered the launches in each gen of product. And again, some launch dates may be off on the precision just due to some conflicting historical information between sources for especially those older cards. Late editions also stick out, like the GTX 1630 halfway into 2022, the recently launched 3056 gigabyte in February 2024. You can see that NVIDIA tends to have at least one last card significantly trailing each generation, and it is almost always in the low end or extreme low end of what would be available at that current date. This follows a large gap between the main launches. What's interesting is that NVIDIA appears to be shifting its strategy. We think it is trying to have more concurrent generations or products available at the same time across multiple generations of architecture. What we also find interesting is how legacy launches tended to be more tightly clustered, both internal to their own generation and from gen to gen. The more recent generations drag out for longer. This highlights the 900 series as the counterpoint back when GPU launches were simpler, fewer, and with few stragglers. Back to the table, the time between NVIDIA generations has generally increased, but it has been in a fairly stable 2-year cadence since the 10 series. It's a lot slower than back in the old days, even without counting the hastily refreshed GeForce 400 series that got replaced the same year it came out. That was a bad one. For the 50 series, looking back to a news story we ran from Hardware Lux in June 2023, NVIDIA may be planning to wait to launch the 50 series, marked here as Ada Lovelace Next, until first quarter 25. That means stretching the gap to at least 27 months after the 40 series launch. However, newer rumors point towards a potential 5080 at the end of this year, which would put it closer to around 24 months. But again, the thing we've really noticed just over the last few generations is that there's more overlap, where even though the last generation is replaced or being replaced by the current one, whatever that is, it looks like NVIDIA's keeping that prior generation around for longer in the lower end. So you saw that with the 3060, for example, 3060 Ti, 3050, where for the longest time, they were filling a gap where the 40 series didn't exist, and in the case of the 3050, that's still true. You also saw this with the 16 series, with the 20 series, where there's more overlap at the very end of that prior generation through kind of midlife almost of the current one. By comparison, AMD is much less consistent with the duration of its generations, to the point that the Radeon RX 400 series had all of its launches within the span of about a month, which is actually kind of insane to think about. There's no repeat exposure here. It's almost a disposable launch for them. Looking at the Wikipedia table of Radeon 400 series cards, you can see that there were more than 3, just like there were more than the other ones we looked at, but they fall outside the criteria, like many of the others. These included the China-only RX 470D, the OEM-only cards that didn't appear in the PC DIY discussion in any meaningful way, like the RX 430, and official discrete launches were the 460, the 470, and the RX 480, of course. These had variations in memory capacity, but no change to the CU configuration between 4 and 8 gigabytes for those. The longest on the list is the RX 6000 series, spanning 35 months of launches thanks to the RX 6750 GRE that launched in October 2023 in other markets, but this is on the list because it recently became available as a worldwide launch officially. NVIDIA's most similar to this was the 700 series, also at 35 months. Its 30 series was 40 months, with 20 and 16 at 45. Switching to the overtime plot shows us how the bulk of AMD's generational launch happens more tightly together. The Radeon 300 series and the Vega or RX 500 series had late stragglers, as did the RX 6000 series, but AMD's best cards tend to be at the start of the generation, and aside from an occasional refresh, like an RX 590, there's little follow-up other than an occasional weekly marketed refresh card. Compared to NVIDIA, there's less overlap across generations as well. AMD seems to keep a tidier product availability where it more thoroughly kills or sells through the prior generation before making a switch to the next one. Whether that's strategy or just they ran out of cards, we can't really know. NVIDIA seems to be switching to the opposite strategy from that, and that's a key strategic difference. However, it looks like AMD might also be starting to change its methods to be more in line with what we're seeing from NVIDIA, where the 6000 and 7000 series handoff was different from the rest of the trend. The 6000 series has persisted late into the 7000 series lifecycle. This may not have been intentional, as both NVIDIA and AMD overpurchased during the COVID boom, but if it is intentional, that would be maybe setting them up in a similar situation to NVIDIA, where now the prior generation becomes the low end. The time between AMD's generations has also varied, but without the same general climb that NVIDIA's had. Overall, AMD's generations come slightly more frequently than NVIDIA's. Now, this is a whole different discussion entirely, but there have been a few key name changes over the years. NVIDIA's was GTX and RTX, AMD's was basically every launch. And that contributes to the marketing, where you have switches between the HD 1000 series. Of course, there was an ATI handoff in there. They had the 100 series, 400, 500. They had the 300 series before, but the RX signifier changed over time as well. And they had Vega. They had moved to the 5000 series, 6000. And so it's not as consistent, which also contributes to some of this. But let's take a quick look at how many different cards have been launched in each generation. So same disclosure here, treat this like disclosing limitations of testing methodology, where it's tough to count these cards perfectly consistently because the vendors are not consistent in what dictates a new card or a new generation. Sometimes they use new naming for old products, things like that. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, or if it is, we're not talking about that right now, but what we are talking about is a span of 14 years, and so their decisions have changed on that. This chart strips all nuance and leaves only the launches per vendor. We definitely see more density from NVIDIA here. There isn't an overall trend for NVIDIA. Most generations have 10 to 13 GPUs, with some outliers like the 900 series, for example. AMD has generally gone down in the number of cards per generation since the HD days, as back then, half the lineup would be rebadged to GPUs from previous architectures. Though AMD did revive this approach for the RX 500 series. The Radeon RX 400 and the RX 5000 series in particular were low on different GPUs. The latter, even with the forgotten Radeon 7 bundled in, was still low. Narrowing down to generations that started in 2016 onward shows a recent difference between NVIDIA and AMD, starting at the GeForce 10 series and counting until now. NVIDIA has 54 GPUs that qualify for our list making, while the Radeon 400 series, to now, has only 38. And remember again, they had some weird ones in there, like Vega, and at one point there was the Fury lineup as well. Now, the perception of this objective imbalance is only exacerbated by the huge difference in the number of board partner models that we mentioned earlier, which has a multiplying effect. But let's expand the data to a scatter plot. This one includes some Titans as well, and we also have Vega Frontier Edition in here. The x-axis is still time, but the y-axis is now the launch price. This chart isn't adjusted for inflation, that's next. You can see the faint trend lines show a greater increase over time for NVIDIA than AMD. Even without inflation adjustment, the two relative to each other shows that NVIDIA is increasing at a faster rate on average than AMD. This chart makes it harder to discern launch frequency, but it helps us visually peel apart those simultaneous launches. The vertical clusters represent when AMD or NVIDIA put out multiple new GPUs at the same time. It's interesting how you can see some head-to-head launches at times, like one was clearly targeting the other's new device. One example is 2011, where both NVIDIA and AMD had a card in the $700 range. Another 2011 revelation is AMD flooding the sub-$200 market and outflanking NVIDIA's sparse offerings. We see head-to-head rivalry again in 2015, where NVIDIA and AMD both have about a $640 card or so. You can see this back in 2010 as well, where NVIDIA launched two cards in the sub-$300 class, followed a few months later by AMD in the same two price brackets. They're clearly responding to each other. 2018 was bizarre. NVIDIA fought no one for new attention, or at least very little until the end of the year. One key takeaway is that AMD seems to cluster around a particular price point for each generation, like they're targeting that heavily. In 2023, we see heavy clustering in the $400 to $600 range, stacking in a big way against NVIDIA's few new options in that price range. NVIDIA, meanwhile, seems to occupy more total price points with at least one device per price point. It's a big difference in approach. Here's the inflation-adjusted version. Since all numbers move with inflation, it follows that the trend lines are basically the same here. They just change the start point. But this helps reset the scale to normalize for the value of the US dollar. We can't read too much into the trend lines since they get distorted by GPUs like an RTX 4090, but they still show an upward trajectory for both companies, with NVIDIA's again increasing at a faster rate. As we wrap up with some light analysis here, I think my good friend Gordon Mahan, that
internet, you will disagree, you will bitch and moan in the comments all day, you will cry about it, scream about it, go on Twitter and Reddit, no, and you go to buy your NVIDIA card. And the internet, because I know you right now, is like, yeah, this is like, I don't care about value, you know, F you, NVIDIA. You know, what's up with the prices?
Hey, Gordon.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're in a restaurant. And as usual, he's absolutely right. And if you haven't seen that video, that is one of my all-time favorite discussions I've ever filmed. We'll link that below. Please go watch it. Gordon's great in there. Former Maximum PC, and these days he's at PC World. But AMD is present in every discussion of value, and that's good. It's a balanced market and discussion that way. But presence outside of that discussion, like actual use in systems, actual presence on shelves, it's clearly lower. There have been points in the past, actually recently, where it feels like NVIDIA has a video card available for every $50 that a consumer is willing to spend, leading to them cornering just about every part of the market. The only question is who has the better value at that price point, and if AMD is present. And of course now Intel's entering the discussion. We left them out of this because this is historical and they haven't been around for most of it. Now AMD, in those times where NVIDIA's been around every $50, depending on the generation you look at, it starts to space out. AMD might be every $100, every $200, with what feels like fewer launches, or at least launches that are more focused on a smaller total range of price points. Having more overall GPUs plus staggering the launches puts NVIDIA in the headlines, and stretching the most important details in a way that actually makes sense to segment embargoes from a media perspective also keeps them in the headlines. Again, not inherently a good or evil play, but it's a different way that they're playing the game. NVIDIA appears more frequently in articles online, whether that's business media or tech media, on more store shelves, in more digital slots on a retail site, and in more games and advertising. It's everywhere. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of continually reinforcing the company's presence in the minds of consumers. A lot of that is because they launch a lot of products, and that's a key factor to the strategy. They can afford to do that. This is another instance of the mere exposure effect. Seeing NVIDIA more often than AMD reinforces with consumers a bias that is either already established or is one being built. This is particularly true for customers who don't watch videos like this every day, consumers who are buying a GPU every 5 or 6 years and don't stay tuned into it. In those instances especially, brand credibility matters a lot. You can see this also with companies like Dell or HP, where the consumer might be buying a computer for their small business, their flower shop, whatever it may be, where they just need something that works. That company hasn't screwed them particularly bad in the past. They buy that company again. So NVIDIA benefits from that. Now, we saw a comment recently that read something along the lines of, I don't think AMD keeps NVIDIA's prices down. I think NVIDIA pulls AMD's prices up, which is an interesting commentary. And I thought that was a really sort of prescient comment, because it may be the case. AMD is trending up, but it's trending up at a slower pace than NVIDIA. But AMD is also lacking in total launches. It lacks that sort of total market blitz strategy that NVIDIA takes, where it's just trying to capture every segment and keep that attention going as long as it can. And it makes AMD look less strategic or less structured with each launch. Now, we're not sure if that's an intentional difference of strategy, meaning they've thought about it and they want to do it that way, or if it's more of a byproduct of AMD lacking the sufficient funding, the sufficient maybe technology or architectural changes to allow them to diversify the product stack, or to allow them to introduce a flagship super high-end card, for example. The end result is an appearance of lower presence, and that creates a cycle for AMD. NVIDIA comes across to the average consumer as bigger, more strategic or plotting, and more aggressive than its competitors. After all, the Latin word NVIDIA, the company's namesake, has an interesting definition with plenty of aggressive modern synonyms like grudge, spite, and malice. Maybe that's reading too far into things, but we assume the founders picked the name for a reason. That's not to say we believe that AMD's presence in the GPU market is doomed. If AMD suddenly started to put out GPUs that beat NVIDIA's in performance at better prices at multiple points of the product stack, with and without ray tracing, then naturally consumers would start to go the other way. But even then, it might be a slow shift, as AMD would also have to earn trust from mainstream users or mainstream businesses. It'd also have to undo, and is undoing, years of damage from terrible drivers and massive driver issues, which, even though mostly resolved now, will still leave an impact in consumer memory for years. You look at the CPU market, and Intel got lazy. They sat on their technology, and they tried to ride the fact that people bought Intel because it's the safe option, it's worked, it's a stable platform, but obviously that got chipped away, and AMD Ryzen came out and kicked Intel in the ass. We don't think that NVIDIA will do the same thing as Intel, though. We don't think they're the type of company, they behave too differently to just rest like that. It's possible, but it really doesn't seem like that's NVIDIA's way. We also think that AMD really needs to go after some insane Halo tier performance GPUs at the consumer-friendly price tag to really take a shot at humbling NVIDIA's penchant for expensive flagships. But it might not be that easy. It either physically is incapable of doing that with the current generation of technology, or it has made a decision not to. Maybe something like not being able to burn the wafer allocation on a lower yield, larger die, when they could use it on something like their Zen CPUs, their server CPUs. But we think the power of a Halo product is undeniable at this point. People look at something like an RTX 4090, they see its power, and then they buy whatever they can afford below it. It's an unsophisticated approach to buying hardware, and a lot of us would probably like to think we're better than that. But that is how a lot of buyers behave. You see it in every industry, cars as an example. AMD recently reported that gaming revenue for the first quarter was down 48% year over year. This was in part due to lower semi-custom revenue from gaming consoles or handhelds, in addition to lower PC GPU sales, but AMD doesn't distinguish between the two. Its executive vice president, though, indicated that it's going to get worse. Quote, "We actually think the second half will be lower than first half." That's basically how we're looking at this year for the gaming business. And that is very concerning, because the second half is where the money is. That's where everyone gambles on making the most sales, third and fourth quarter. But as much as we'd all like to think the largest company in any space, like NVIDIA here, would act benevolently and in a consumer-friendly manner, position of dominance, that's not really how the system works. And it ultimately falls to AMD and Intel and competitors, not to the one in the lead, to put up a strong enough fight to try and keep that competition, to win over customers across the entire span of pricing. And it's just an uphill battle with such an entrenched opposition. That's it for this one. It was a really fun and interesting video. Like we said, this is not performance driven. There's not even necessarily a conclusion. This whole thing started because Jeremy and I were talking, and the topic came up of, it feels like NVIDIA is so much more present, and it's not just in market share, which we all know is higher. There's something else there. And so we wanted to try and explore what that was, and if there was any facts
a good job. It was
around
wonderful
to back that up, and it appears there are. So anyway, fun video. Let us know what you think. An imperfect approach, but the result is in some ways pretty revealing, like the pricing trend, for example. Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. Go to store.gamersnexus.net to grab a shirt like this one, or patreon.com/gamersnexus if you'd like to throw us a few bucks regularly to help fund these types of videos. And we'll see you all next time.
Battle Mage handheld.
Hello,
Thank
guys.
you, some ordinary gamers. Have like and sub to your channel.
Guys and gals, me Mutahar, and you know, I like me Call of Duty enough to the point that I've made several videos of it on my channel. You might remember one of my first earliest creepypasta videos was COD Black Hell Ops. Oh boy! Somebody found a Memorex CDR containing Black Hell Ops and decided to ruin their entire life. You remember the story of Bootman Bill? You know, year one, some ordinary gamers? Yeah, some of you old guard might remember it, but I've made several videos talking about this franchise. I played the DS versions, the Wii version. I even played Wii Online Call of Duty, which was an absolute banger experience. And from time to time, I've often defended this franchise because I really did think back in the PlayStation 3 era, it had value to it. You know, you bought a game for 60 bucks at a time, and it came with a full campaign, a multiplayer suite, and zombies, spec ops, whatever. The amount of hours I spent with my brother on split screen is something that I absolutely cherish to this day. Nowadays, Call of Duty is not really the greatest franchise ever, in my opinion at least. You know, firing up a modern Call of Duty game takes you at least 5 minutes to wade through the actual advertising, and I ain't talking about advertisements like my face cream right here. One Up, ladies and gentlemen. We had a company, we started it. Seriously, if you go to GotOneUp.com, you can simplify your actual skincare. You know, as a guy taking care of the skin, I don't want to deal with regimens. You take one pump. That's literally why we made this company. So we can buy a product, have it sitting in our bathrooms, take one pump, put it all over our face, and take care of our skincare routine in minutes. If not minutes, seconds. That's what we aim for. And that's how long my integration is going to be. I own the company. I decide what I get to say, okay? But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, Call of Duty advertisements last longer than what I just did right here. Because a Call of Duty advertisement literally will take you through, you know, the idea of buying multiple $20 skin packages, okay? The Battle Pass. All right, ooh, new season's coming out. You want to get that character. Oh, you want that obnoxious gun skin? Stop it, okay? Call of Duty for me back then, as over monetized as it used to get. It was pretty much just like 1 or 2 skins every now and then. You want to get a bacon skin for your SMG? Sure. But nowadays, it's just goddamn embarrassing. And I'm not just talking about the home, like PC console experience. It gets worse when you download the mobile version of the game, okay? You want to play a COD game on your cellular device? You better sit through a tactical press X to continue, you know, skip through all the advertisements just to start matchmaking in a queue. Duty. So again, Call of Duty games right now, specifically the most recent ones, have mostly been like rehashes. Like now they're selling Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 again with the maps remastered in 3. And it kind of like split the community up. But Call of Duty games don't really, in my opinion, have the hype they once did, okay? I remember when Black Ops 2 came out, a lot of hype for it, okay? Excited for the campaign, where it would lead off to. Literally springboarding off one of the most successful Call of Duty releases, Black Ops 1, and the most innovative systems they had, Pick 10, the actual class system where you could literally make an entire, like, monster of a class if you wanted to. A lot of experimentation, and of course, let's not forget the amazing Zombies mode, okay? That keeps people addicted for days on end. And of course, the campaign to Call of Duty games are things that I absolutely hold near and dear. I always buy these games on sale just so I can play the actual popcorn shooter campaign that exists. And it's not because these campaigns are really thought-provoking or super wild, it's just because there's 5-6 hours of non-stop turn your brain off, Michael Bay action set-piece extravaganzas. Now, Black Ops as a franchise is one that I really do take to heart. I played through this entire franchise, and it's probably the point where I really jumped into Call of Duty back when I was a teenager. Playing through the campaigns, playing through the multiplayer, all the way to the point of religious prestiging is something I'll never forget. The campaigns are all centered around, again, that dark, Cold War, clandestine era of Call of Duty, right? Where you're playing as the CIA and all these crazy organizations, these shadow wars that actually existed in real life, you actually get to play. So anyways, Black Ops 6 ended up getting announced, and it's probably got one of the longest development cycles imaginable. You're talking about like 4 years apparently worth of development, and people inside the company have said like they've been playing the game for like 2 years, and apparently it's so awesome that we're not ready for it, okay? Now, that's some level of hype that I'll probably take with a super grain of salt, okay? Because, ladies and gentlemen, Call of Duty games, again, they have to do a lot to impress. But this is a Treyarch game, and Treyarch historically has made some of the most interesting Call of Duty experiences. And the actual advertising they've been doing so far has been kind of blowing me away a little bit. Now, there have been so many fucking Call of Duty games that if you think about it, a Grand Theft Auto game, the last time a GTA game released initially, GTA 5, was September 2013. According to Call of Duty, they've got Ghost, Advanced Warfare, Heroes, Black Ops 3, COD Siege, Infinite Warfare, Remastered, World War II. Yeah, they've been pumping these things out like no tomorrow. God damn. Yeah, if you look at the actual like list of games, we've got like